Chapter 19 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This recording is in the public domain. In the soft illumination of the white and gold dining salon of the Golden Pavilion Hotel, John found himself completely at home. 2 days had passed since his visit to Elaine, and he was again at work under the aegis of Dacent Smith. He had chosen a quiet table in the corner, had selected the dishes for his dinner, and was leaning back in his chair, surveying the brilliant scene with an appreciative eye. The Golden Pavilion Hotel is famed alike for its refined and luxurious furnishings, its band, its cuisine, and its exclusiveness. The head waiter, who looked like an archbishop, advanced soundlessly over the rich carpet and stood at John's elbow. "I beg your pardon," said the man in a low, smooth voice, "but the lady at the table beyond the second pillar, sir, would like to have a word with you." John raised his head and glanced in the direction the man had indicated. He had already seen Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, and had made a special point of concealing the fact. He rose now, however, and moved across the room between crowded tables. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, seated with a party of friends, flashed a brilliant smile at him when he advanced. "Oh, you poor, lonely creature!" she exclaimed, as she placed her jewelled fingers in his. "I saw you moping in your corner," she continued, when a waiter had brought an extra chair, and John had accepted an invitation to dine with her party, "and took pity on you. Don't you think that was nice of me?" She looked at him with a long, deep glance, conscious of her striking beauty. Her beauty was of the instantly arresting order. The fact that the art of coiffure and cosmetic enabled her to heighten her charms was all in her favour where men were concerned. Quite, as it were, by accident, she had now laid her fingers on John's sleeve. "I must introduce you to my guests. My husband you already know." John bowed slightly towards Mr. Beecher Monmouth, whose evening clothes intensified the sallowness of his complexion. John noted the parchment-like character of his skin, the tired look in his eyes, and the manipulation of his thin hair to create the effect of youthful plenty. He was an old man striving hopelessly to look young. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth turned her eyes from her husband towards the slender figure of a woman at her right-hand side. "Lady Rachel," she said, "may I present Mr. Treves?" John bowed again, and Lady Rachel Marvin smiled at him graciously. She was a woman of slender figure, with exceptionally large, long‐lashed eyes. Her neck was long, slender, and white, and she wore diamond ear‐rings which scintillated as she moved her head. Her age was probably 35, and she was, in appearance, distinctly aristocratic. Her voice was thin and high‐pitched, and she talked incessantly. The third member of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's party was a fat woman of 50, the wealthy wife of a colonel in the Gunners. Any woman assessing the jewels Mrs. Pomfret Bond wore would have known that she was wealthy, and that she was determined other people should know it. She was a foolish, vulgar woman, and John, looking at her, realised almost immediately that she would be as wax in the hands of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. But it was to Lady Rachel Marvin that John turned his attention. "Did you know the 7th Division has been moved from Aldershot?" she was inquiring, looking at Beecher Monmouth. "No," said the elderly man. "We don't hear anything in Parliament, Lady Rachel." "I heard it only quite by accident," babbled Lady Rachel. "You know my cousin Derrick is in the Coldstreams. You remember Derrick?" she said, turning her big eyes upon Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. "I have told you so much about him." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth smiled brilliantly and nodded. Lady Rachel then went on to explain that it was Derrick who had told her of a new gun being tested at Woolwich. Derrick had been on the G.H.Q. staff, "and," went on Lady Rachel, "he is almost as mysterious about it as his friend Commander Loyson is about the new cruiser, the Malta, which has just been put into commission at . "Is there a new cruiser being commissioned at G ?" inquired John, sliding into the conversation. He was so apparently interested that Lady Rachel looked at him with a pleased expression on her somewhat foolish face. "I am afraid, Mr. Treves, I ought not to chatter about it, but being behind the scenes and knowing so many people, one naturally picks up little bits of news here and there. It is quite easy to piece the pieces together. I have not heard anything actually about the new cruiser," she said, "the Malta, I mean, but from things Commander Loyson said to Derrick, and from other things I have heard, I can assure you it is something wonderful." John, listening to her chatter, wondered how much of this information she had, out of sheer vanity, passed on to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. Lady Rachel Marvin certainly knew a great number of people, and her social position gave her many chances to pick up exclusive information. Her silly butterfly existence consisted in flitting from one drawing room to another. Here she exchanged such gossip as she had been able to collect from her equally frivolous friends. As John listened to her he realised that such women as Lady Rachel are a real source of danger to the nation. When dinner was at an end, Lady Rachel went to speak to some friends at another table, and the minute she had gone Mrs. Beecher Monmouth turned her attention solely to John, ignoring Mrs. Pomfret Bond and the ogre. "Naughty boy," said Mrs. Beecher Monmouth under her breath. "Why have you never been to see me?" "I have been in the Isle of Wight visiting my father," answered John promptly. "I know that," answered she. "Therefore, and because you sent me those Russian cigarettes, I intend to forgive you. Now you must come and see me soon," she went on. "There are many things I want to talk to you about." "I should like to talk to you about quite a number of things," responded John, in the same intimate tone. "When can you come?" asked she. "Any time you like." "Not to morrow. The ogre will be at home then," she said in a voice too low for Mr. Beecher Monmouth to catch. "Don't you think he is looking very old and worn?" John glanced at Beecher Monmouth's glazed countenance and tired eyes, and even at that moment the elderly politician was looking adoringly at his wife, admiring the richness of her hair, the fine contour of her shoulder, and the brilliance of her complexion. John felt almost sorry for the befooled and weary Member of Parliament, who had sold his old age and his happiness into the bondage of this woman. "Come to tea the day after to morrow," said Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, and John accepted the invitation with alacrity. 2 days later, when he presented himself at 5 o'clock in the afternoon at Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's residence in Grosvenor Square, he was ushered immediately into the lady's boudoir. He had seen that room only in the illumination of the pink shaded electric light. Now he saw it again in daylight and found it even more luxurious than he had imagined. The white polar bear rug, the brilliant hued Chinese kakemonos hung on the wall behind Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's divan, the long gilt framed mirrors and gilt legged chairs, all conspired to create an atmosphere of sumptuous richness. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, in an afternoon gown which gave her almost a slender and distinguished appearance, was seated in a low arm chair. Lady Rachel Marvin occupied the divan, and John, much as he disliked this foolish, ox-eyed woman of fashion, was obliged to admit that she had disposed herself gracefully upon the cushions. The third guest was Mrs. Pomfret Bond, who was delighted to be in that society, and talked as much military gossip as she could to show that she, too, was in the swim. When John had been cordially received, and had accepted a cup of tea and a fragment of bread and butter, he seated himself at the foot of the divan and entered into conversation with Lady Rachel. Under orders from Dacent Smith, he had come there with that express purpose. "We have been talking of the dreadful news, Mr. Treves," said Lady Rachel, biting a slip of bread and butter with long, sharp teeth. "You mean the sinking of the Malta?" inquired John. "Yes, how appalling it is," said she. "I heard it before it appeared in the papers." "It's one of the worst disasters we have had for some time," responded John. "A new ship, costing £1,000,000 of public money, and 200 fine lives." Mrs. Pomfret Bond spoke up indignantly. "I can't imagine how the Germans find out about our ships. We're supposed to have an intelligence department. Why don't they put a stop to this sort of thing?" "I expect they do the best they can," remarked John. "But one always has to reckon with spies," said Mrs. Pomfret Bond. "Of course," said John. "But the Malta was a new vessel," observed Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. "How could they find out when she was to leave?" "The Germans must have found out," intervened Lady Rachel, claiming the conversation again, "for no submarines had been in those waters for weeks, and they had been swept for mines the day before. I know this for a fact." John looked at her keenly. That afternoon he had had a long conversation with Dacent Smith in regard to Lady Rachel Marvin. The fact that she had, 2 days ago, mentioned the Malta during her irresponsible chatter at dinner had aroused a suspicion in John's mind that possibly the disaster which had happened to the new cruiser had been directly due to her foolish vanity, to her ineradicable desire to obtain social distinction by revealing to her friends her superior knowledge of what went on behind the scenes. This idea, as he sat in her presence now, listening to her talk, grew in strength, and at the first opportunity that occurred he drew Mrs. Beecher Monmouth aside. He knew that he was venturing upon very thin ice in putting questions to her. "Well, you bad boy," whispered Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, "why have you been trying to flirt with Lady Rachel?" John had seated himself on a low Turkish stool at her side. "How could I see Lady Rachel when you are in the room?" he answered gallantly. "If you only meant it," responded Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, "I'd give you 2 pieces of sugar in your next cup of tea." "Lady Rachel cannot hold a candle to you," affirmed John. "You mustn't be hard on her," returned Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. In the afternoon light the ogre's wife looked scarcely 25, a remarkably beautiful and imperious woman. Even John was obliged to confess that no fault existed in her passionate and somewhat sensuous beauty. For her part, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth was so used to admiration that she accepted John's flattery as a matter of course. Bernard Treves, she told herself, was one of the strings to her bow, and quite the nicest looking boy of them all. "You mustn't be hard on poor Lady Rachel," she said. "She is such a dear, delightful chatterbox." "Lady Rachel seems to know a great deal about the Malta." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth turned her eyes and fixed her gaze swiftly upon him. Then she remarked quietly, "One of her relations is a bigwig at the Admiralty." "That fact, and what she picked up from other of her naval friends, enabled her," said John, "to give a guess at when the Malta would leave." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth became suddenly very still. "How did you know that, Bernard?" she asked. John observed a hardening of the line of her mouth. "I merely put 2 and 2 together and assumed it," he said. Then, quietly daring, he leaned forward unobserved by others in the room and seized Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's hand. "Is it true?" he questioned. She looked at him a long minute, and then smiled, but there was a cruel light in her eyes. "It is true," pursued John. A silence followed. Then Mrs. Beecher Monmouth inclined her fine head very slightly. John was dexterous enough not to slide his hand away from hers too soon. The aversion he felt from her made him remove it as soon as he reasonably could. Then he drew in a deep breath. "I see," he said in a low voice. "She told you when the Malta was to sail." And though Mrs. Beecher Monmouth was too cautious to admit the fact, John knew in his heart that it was absolutely true. Lady Rachel, exercising her silly desire for gossip, had been tricked into imparting this fatal information. Because of this she was, John believed, just as much responsible for the sinking of the Malta as if she herself had discharged the torpedo which wrought its doom. She was, in fact, an unwitting traitor to her country. And John, as he moved from Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's side, felt a certain implacable animosity towards this vain society woman, with her wide eyes, her high‐pitched voice, her elegant, aristocratic poses. Nevertheless, he was politeness itself as he drew her towards the window. "I'd like to have a word with you alone, Lady Rachel," he said. When they were out of earshot of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth and Mrs. Pomfret Bond, John lowered his voice and looked down into the big, long‐lashed eyes. "You were speaking a few minutes ago, Lady Rachel," he said, "of the Malta." Lady Rachel smiled and nodded. "I think," went on John, "I ought to inform you that I am a member of the Intelligence Department." "Oh, are you really?" exclaimed Lady Rachel, looking at him with a sudden vivid interest. "I have so often wanted to meet some one in the Secret Service. I think you all so splendid." "I am glad you appreciate us," John answered dryly. "Perhaps, Lady Rachel," he went on, "you would like to know more about our department." "I should love it dearly," said she, with an expression of delight on her weakly pretty features. "Well," said John, "if you care to accompany me to my office in a few minutes, I will present you to my chief. He has already expressed a wish to meet you." Lady Rachel looked puzzled for a moment. "Perhaps I know him, Mr. Treves. I may have met him in society. I suppose I mustn't ask his name?" she added mysteriously. "No, don't ask his name," answered John. 10 minutes later Lady Rachel Marvin was seated beside John in a taxi. The vehicle glided out of Grosvenor Place and past Green Park. "Why are you looking so grim?" observed the lady, as John leaned back with folded arms. "I am thinking of the Malta and of the 200 fine fellows who were drowned yesterday." Chapter XX of Bernard Treves's Boots, a Novel of the Secret Service. It was 6 o'clock when John stepped out into Dacent Smith's bachelor room. His chief was seated at his desk, deep in work. John closed the door and crossed the room. "Well?" asked Dacent Smith, raising his head and still sitting with poised pen at his desk. "I was right, sir, in regard to Lady Rachel Marvin. The information that sunk the Malta was conveyed by her to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth 2 days ago." "You don't mean she intentionally conveyed it?" exclaimed Dacent Smith, rising and looking at John in amazement. "Oh no, sir, not at all. She conveyed it with no intention to do harm, and only out of an inveterate habit of gossip." Dacent Smith drew his brows together. His expression was more stern in that moment than John had ever seen it. "A damnable habit of gossiping," he observed forcibly. "Well, what have you done, Treves?" "I have brought the lady with me, sir, thinking you would wish to act at once in regard to her." Dacent Smith nodded in approbation. "Send her in to me, Treves, and wait outside." John went out of the room, and Dacent Smith moved to the mantelshelf and looked for a moment at the photograph of a girl of 18, a girl who looked scarcely more than a child. He was still at the hearth when Lady Rachel was ushered into the room by John, who closed the door and left the two together. What took place between Dacent Smith and the woman whose foolish vanity had sunk the Malta, John did not know, but he was able to guess pretty well, for 20 minutes later Dacent Smith opened the door and summoned him into the room. "Come in, Treves." John entered and found Lady Rachel standing near his chief's desk. Her face was white, her nose unromantically red. She had been crying. On Dacent Smith's desk lay a letter in Lady Rachel's handwriting. "Dear Bob," it ran. I have had a sudden breakdown in health. The doctors inform me I am to go to Pitt Lunan Hydro for at least 4 months. I may not even be well enough to return to town even then. Forgive me, Bob, for not being able to say good bye, but I am obliged to hurry away at once. Your devoted wife, Rachel. As John entered the room, Lady Rachel Marvin folded this letter, placed it in an envelope, and, still standing, addressed it to her husband, Lieutenant Commander Marvin, H.M.S. Southampton. She closed the envelope and accepted a stamp from Dacent Smith. Dacent Smith broke the long silence that followed. "Treves," said he, "Lady Rachel leaves Euston for Scotland to night by the 7 o'clock train." "I don't want to go to Scotland," intervened Lady Rachel petulantly. "I dislike hydros intensely. I think them absolutely detestable places." Dacent Smith watched her for a moment with unrelenting eyes, then spoke in a tone there was no mistaking. "Lady Rachel, you will take the train for Scotland to night? You will then stay there the full period my department has prescribed for you?" Lady Rachel flashed a rebellious look at him, but Dacent Smith continued in his unyielding tones. "Failing this, you will find yourself, I can assure you, in a place far more detestable to you than even the most uncomfortable of hydros." He turned to his desk. For a moment Lady Rachel wavered, then, seeing from his attitude that resistance was hopeless, she lifted her head and went haughtily out of the room. John escorted her to the street, helped her into a taxi, and saw her drive away after a flash of her big eyes that was meant either to consume him with fire or to freeze him to death, he did not know which. When John returned, his chief was standing at the mantelshelf. The expression of sternness had entirely left his face. In his fingers he held the photograph of a charming girl, scarcely more than a child. For a minute he was silent, his eyes upon the figure in the silver frame. Then he held up the picture and showed it to John. "This is my niece, Treves," he said quietly. John took the photograph and inspected it critically. "An extremely pretty girl, sir." Dacent Smith nodded. "She is just 18, Treves. She became engaged to young Rashleigh, gunnery lieutenant on the Malta." His tones deepened in intensity. "That was 4 days ago. And to day Rashleigh is dead. He was one of the finest fellows who ever stepped. And in my opinion he and 200 others lost their lives solely because Lady Rachel Marvin could not keep her mouth shut. My niece, who is still only a child—you can see for yourself what she is like, Treves." For the first time his voice shook with emotion. "My niece is at home, lying in a semi‐conscious condition. The doctors tell us that her reason is threatened. And all this because a silly woman babbled about things that didn't concern her." The man who was one of the greatest powers in the country was still holding the photograph in his fingers, his eyes fixed pitifully upon the delicate, girlish beauty of his niece. He replaced it slowly on the mantelshelf, then, turning, stood looking before him, his hands clenched at his side. The sternness of his lips at that moment revealed to John all the hidden strength behind his kindly exterior. He was stirred to the depths. And suddenly he flashed a look at John and struck his open palm with a clenched fist. "If I had my way, Treves," he said between tense lips, "if the powers that be would make me an autocrat for a week, I'd treat these fool women as traitors. An unguarded word," he went on, "is, in my opinion, just as much an act of disloyalty in time of war as an insult to the flag or the army. If the public only knew it, we have lost ship after ship, and possibly thousands of men, as a result of vain gossip in clubs, trains, shops, and smart drawing rooms. On Saturday we lost a cruiser worth $1 million. Young Rashleigh died, and 200 splendid sailors, because Lady Rachel Marvin must have her afternoon's social success. What do you think of it, Treves?" John was thinking of the tragedy of it all, of the desolated homes, the 200 homes where sorrow stalked that day. He was thinking of the sweet faced, broken hearted girl hovering on the verge of sanity. "I'd like to wring Lady Rachel's neck," said John, swept out of himself. "I could tell you a score of such cases," said Dacent Smith. "In one case a present of 100 cigarettes and a silly woman's curiosity meant one of the greatest disasters that has occurred to us since the war began." He suddenly stopped, pulled himself up, and became normal in tone. He was fully himself again, the keen, resourceful man of action. "Now, Treves," he said, "we must get back to business. Lady Rachel Marvin has been a valuable feeder to the enemy. She is now out of action, however. I regard," he went on, "Beecher Monmouth, M.P., as also dangerous. Is that your opinion?" "My opinion," said John, "is that Beecher Monmouth is not disloyal, but as he is wax in his wife's hands, his political position makes him dangerous." "You don't believe he could keep a secret from her?" "From what I've seen of them both, sir, I should doubt it." Dacent Smith went to his desk and made a note on his writing pad. "I will write a note to the Home Secretary. I think we can get rid of Beecher Monmouth without arousing suspicion. Now, Treves, in regard to the sinking of the Malta. We are a little bit at sea in this matter. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth and her accomplices have outmanoeuvred us. In some manner or other she managed to get her information to Germany, or to a German submarine commander, 8 hours after picking up the facts from Lady Rachel Marvin. We want to know how she managed to do this, Treves." He crossed the room as he spoke, and took a sheaf of papers from his cabinet of drawers against the wall. He handed the documents to John. John observed that the sheets were thin and almost transparent, and that each sheet had been written over in indelible pencil. "You have in your hand," explained Dacent Smith, "intercepted copies of all Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's letters since the 15th of last month. That is," he added, "all the letters she has sent through the post. You will notice among them 3 advertisements, all jewellery for sale." John glanced at the pile of letters in his hand. There were among them orders to tradesmen, half a dozen letters to a dressmaker, showing the great care with which Mrs. Beecher Monmouth apparelled herself, and 2 letters written and posted to her husband. These last were interlarded with extravagant expressions of affection and love. But it was the 3rd advertisement, addressed to a famous daily paper, that held John's interest. This ran: "Lady wishes to sell privately a pearl and platinum pendant, perfectly matched pearls, surrounding orient pearl of splendid lustre. Apply box A3656." John closely examined this advertisement and the other 2, which were similar. "Do you think she is in debt, sir?" "Beecher Monmouth's a rich man," answered Dacent Smith, "with big interest in the timber business. However, one never knows what an extravagant woman may succeed in spending. I think it may be worth your while, Treves, to follow up the trail of this advertisement. I want you to apply yourself assiduously to the cultivation of this lady for the present. And keep well in mind the fact that though her letters show nothing, she is yet conveying news regularly to the enemy." Chapter 21 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a Novel of the Secret Service. This recording is in the public domain. 2 evenings later, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's Spanish maid came to the door of her mistress' boudoir, knocked, and entered quietly. "Dr. Voules is here, madam." "I told you, Cecily, I was not at home," said Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. "I don't want to see Dr. Voules. I don't want to see anybody." "But, madam," protested the maid, "it would be impossible to refuse to see Dr. Voules." Something took place between mistress and maid, an exchange of glances, which seemed somewhat to alter Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's mood of irritation. "Very well, Cecily, let him come up." And when Cecily had departed to summon Dr. Voules, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth went to her low Turkish table, lit a buff-coloured cigarette, and stood with her back to the hearth, smoking somewhat more rapidly than usual. A knock came at the door, and Dr. Voules entered. He strolled into the apartment with his shoulders well back, his heavy chin thrust forward. The smile that sat so ill upon his harsh face was well in evidence. "My dear Mrs. Monmouth, my felicitations." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth took the gloved hand languidly and turned away. "Don't felicitate me on anything, doctor." "But the Malta," protested the doctor. "That was a superb stroke for the Fatherland. It is not often I am lavish of praise." "You are certainly not a woman's man," retorted Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, flashing a look at him. "Your beauty is apparent to me as it would be to a much younger man. I can assure you of that, my dear gnädige Frau," said Voules. "I am not talking of beauty, I am talking of moods," replied she. "You observe nothing of my disturbance?" Dr. Voules, who did not believe in moods, who never permitted such weakness in his subordinates, pressed his lips tightly together. "You will be good enough, gnädige Frau," he commanded, "to be a little more precise and explicit. Something has occurred, no doubt, to ruffle your temper." He went to a chair at the hearth, seated himself, asked permission to smoke, and lit one of his big black cigars. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth looked at him squarely for a moment. "Of course my personal sufferings are nothing to you. It is nothing to you, for instance, that my friend Lady Rachel Marvin has vanished." Dr. Voules lifted his eyebrows. "In what manner has she vanished?" "She is one of the most useful friends I have ever had," returned Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, "and has suddenly disappeared without leaving me a note or a line." Dr. Voules drew his brows together. "Refresh my memory, please, in regard to this lady." "She is the foolish little chatterbox who provided me with all the information I needed in regard to the Malta," retorted Mrs. Beecher Monmouth curtly. Dr. Voules suddenly became all attention. "And you mean, gnädige Frau, that this lady has vanished?" Mrs. Beecher Monmouth assured him of the fact. "No one knows," she went on, "where she is. She was my most intimate friend. I had put all my hopes in her, Excellenz. Then, to add to my vexation, my husband has been suddenly and unexpectedly appointed to a Government commission of inquiry in Ireland. He is delighted, of course. It is an honour for him. Then, again," went on Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, "Mrs. Pomfret Bond, who was in the habit of telling me everything she knew, who was always scraping up bits of gossip that were of use, is——" "Has she vanished also?" inquired Voules, suddenly rising. "No," returned Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, "but she has become mute as a fish. My opinion is that she has been warned not to talk, and that I have at last become a suspected person." Voules looked at her and shook his ponderous head. "No, no. Your position, gnädige Frau, is too secure for that. Also, you are too clever." "I am not a fool," answered Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, "but these things disturb me." "Your love of the Fatherland, your belief in final victory, will sustain you. You lose your friend, Lady Rachel Marvin, but to a woman of your beauty and position nothing is impossible. You shall get other fools. Is it not so? England, gnädige Frau, is full of fools." He moved across to her and took her hand firmly in his. "Soon you shall have your reward. I will promise you my very best efforts. You will wait yet a little while longer. My plans," he added quietly, "are shaping themselves with the perfection of clockwork. Enormous things have been done, my dear gnädige Frau, in the last few weeks, and disaffection now, even from you, would destroy the harmony. Remember your sentiments toward these people." "I remember them well enough," answered Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. She was still standing at the hearth, and looked steadily before her as she spoke. "Good!" exclaimed Voules in his throat. "We will now come to the purpose of my visit. You shall have your part in the big work afoot. I assure you there are bigger things than the sinking of the Malta. For instance, on the 28th we shall strike a blow that will not rapidly be forgotten by these English." He suddenly snapped his teeth together and drew tight his lips. A gleam of ferocity lit in his hard eyes. "These English!" he exclaimed between his teeth. "Their arrogance maddens me. It is a torture to me to live among them, concealed thus as a civilian. I am maddened by their complacency," he went on, "their calm. Nevertheless, we shall strike deep this time. Your work, gnädige Frau," he said, speaking in the tone of masterful authority that was his real habit, "your work is not difficult. On the 24th I request you to go to Heatherpoint Fort. It is fortunate that your husband is away. You can thus go to the Isle of Wight ostensibly for a holiday. While there you will make the acquaintance of the adjutant of Heatherpoint, who visits regularly the Hotel in Newport. My report is that this young Lieutenant Parkson is susceptible to beauty. You, gnädige Frau," he smiled his hard smile, "are indeed beautiful enough to engage the attention of one far less susceptible." "What do you wish me to do with this particular susceptible man?" inquired Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, with slight sarcasm. "You are to engage the young man's attention and his affections. You appear to forget, Excellenz, that I am a married woman of social position." "I do not forget, gnädige Frau, but your complaisance on that account will be more than ever flattering. The young man in question will not be able to resist the charms of the beautiful and wealthy society woman who is to fall in love with him." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth smiled, and spoke with a touch of irony. "I am your servant, Excellenz." "You are the servant of the Fatherland," answered Voules gravely, "and all I require is that this young man, Lieutenant Parkson, shall not be at his post in the fort on the night of the 28th. How you will succeed in keeping him away from duty is a matter for your own discretion. I have the fullest confidence in you. Captain Cherriton undertook the work, but the young man in question neither drinks nor gambles. Cherriton's efforts ended in complete failure. Moreover, our agent inside the fort has been strangely silent of late. We have received neither signal nor message from him for some days. If you play your cards neatly with Parkson, you will possibly secure an invitation to tea at the fort mess." He went on and gave her a rapid sketch of Steinbaum, otherwise known as "Crumbs." The silence of "Crumbs" during the past few days had puzzled and disturbed him. "We have made a number of arrangements in regard to Heatherpoint Fort," he concluded, "and it is absolutely essential to our purpose that no guns should be fired from that spot." His eyes suddenly lit up. He was thinking of his great scheme, which was hourly drawing nearer fruition, and on parting he gripped Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's hand in his. "Gnädige Frau," he announced, "glorious things are shortly to occur." When he had gone, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth seated herself in a chair and stared thoughtfully into the fire. She was conscious of a sense of doubt and uneasiness. General von Kuhne was a soldier of long training, masterful and aggressive. His gift of organization, his theory of attack, was always excellent. Nevertheless, he was not subtle, he was not sensitive to the importance of little incidents. The sudden disappearance of Lady Rachel meant nothing to him, aroused no suspicion in him, and yet Chapter 22 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a Novel of the Secret Service. This recording is in the public domain. In pursuance of Dacent Smith's instructions, John presented himself at the massive doors of 289 Grosvenor Place 2 nights later. He had pondered much upon those 3 advertisements, and the more he considered the matter, the more Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's desire privately to sell her jewels struck him as unusual. It was not usual, he told himself, for a woman of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's position to dispossess herself of jewellery through the medium of advertisements in a newspaper. There are half a dozen firms in Bond Street alone of proved honesty, any one of which is willing to make purchases of this kind. John rang the bell, and the butler presently drew open the door. "I am very sorry, sir," the man began, "but madame is not at home." John expressed his complete surprise. He was, however, not in the least surprised, and had planned his visit with the sole object of finding Mrs. Beecher Monmouth away from home. For a minute he hesitated, looked doubtfully at the butler. "Can you," he inquired, "tell me if Mrs. Monmouth's maid is in? I have a message to give her for her mistress." "I can take any message you wish, sir." "Thank you, no," said John, smiling at him. "What I have to say is rather personal to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth." "Very good, sir," answered the sedate servant, and bowed. "Will you kindly step into the morning room?" John went into the morning room, moved to the window, and looked into Grosvenor Place, out over the broad, smooth road to the high brick walls surrounding the royal gardens. A few minutes elapsed, and then Cecily, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's maid, came quietly in. "You wish to see me, sir?" John turned. "Yes, Cecily." He looked into her face, noted her bead black eyes, her olive skin, and the slight tendency to a moustache at the corner of each lip. "Cecily," he said, "I have really come to ask your advice on a little personal matter." Cecily looked at him with an unreadable expression on her sullen countenance. "I want to give Mrs. Beecher Monmouth a present," went on John. "A little matter of a pair of pearl ear rings. Can you tell me if she is fond of pearls?" "Pearls, monsieur? Oh, no!" Cecily shook her head. "Rubies or emeralds, yes, monsieur, but pearls, no." "Oh," resumed John, "she doesn't care for pearls, then?" Cecily shook her head. "She says they are insipid, monsieur." "Perhaps she is right, Cecily. But in that case," he said, "I shall have to think of something else. Thank you, I am much obliged to you." He slipped a pound note into the woman's hand. "Thank you, monsieur." "Perhaps," John probed delicately, "madame is not fond of pearls because she has so many?" Cecily was folding her pound note. "Pearls do not suit madame. She never wears them. She has none at all, monsieur, only one pearl necklace, a wedding gift from her husband. She, however, never wears it." John appeared to think. "Surely, Cecily, I have seen her wearing a pearl pendant." Cecily shook her head again. "No, monsieur, never. Madame has no pearls." John laughed. "Well, in that case it must be emeralds or rubies." "Emeralds or rubies," responded Cecily. "Madame is most fond of them." 3 minutes later John was out of the house and hailing a taxi. As he relapsed back into the cushions he fell into thought. "There is certainly," thought he, "more in these advertisements than meets the casual eye. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth detests pearls, she has none, never had any, and yet advertises them for sale." A quarter of an hour later, when John stepped into Dacent Smith's room, the elder man glanced quickly up from his desk. "Well?" "In regard to those 3 advertisements of jewellery," answered John, "inserted in the newspaper by Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, I should be glad, sir, if you would have them decoded." Dacent Smith raised his eyebrows slightly. John narrated what had occurred at his private interview with Cecily, and Dacent Smith was instantly of the opinion that Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's harmless advertisements were a matter for closer scrutiny. In the first place, he telephoned to his department and ordered that inquiry should be instituted at the newspaper office as to any earlier advertisements which may have been inserted in the paper by Mrs. Monmouth. If the 3 advertisements were a code message, the Intelligence Decoding Department would find its task vastly more easy if a considerable batch of advertisements in the same code were submitted. A brief code message, as John was now well aware, is always difficult to read. The longer the message, the easier it is to decipher. The department's search at the newspaper office resulted in the finding of no less than 16 earlier advertisements inserted by Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. In each case only a box number was given, therefore the lady's identity never became public. "It looks as if you are on the right track, Treves," said Dacent Smith, when this information was conveyed to him on the telephone. Half an hour later Dacent Smith, again at the telephone, took down the decoded first advertisement, the one wherein Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had advertised a pearl pendant for sale. John's chief wrote it out carefully and handed the slip across to the younger man. "There is your advertisement, Treves," he exclaimed. There was a grave ring in his voice. John took the slip of paper and read: "Note of warning. New standard 8,000 ton ship purposely advertised by shipping authorities here as fitting out at is a Q ship armed with 6-inch guns. Torpedo tubes are being fitted. Further news in next message." John looked up from the pencilled lines. He saw in a flash the exact purport of the message. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, in pretending to advertise a pearl pendant, was in reality sending a message to Germany to the effect that a certain vessel then building was a decoy ship, one of the famous vessels which had done so much to break the back of the submarine peril. John could easily realise how swiftly that news would reach Germany. Automatically the paper would reach Holland within 2 days. Any neutral ship might carry copies, and Berlin's naval department would possess the information a few minutes after the daily paper containing Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's advertisement reached Dutch soil. Every German spy in England who read the newspaper would receive the news on the morning of its insertion. "I think for cunning that beats everything," said John, handing back the paper to Dacent Smith. "They have been preparing this sort of thing for years," answered Dacent Smith, "but I am willing to admit that Mrs. Monmouth has this time stolen something of a march on us." "Every one of her advertisements is being decoded, however, and every one, I have no doubt, will convey information of this nature. On the other hand," he said, "we have not yet learnt in what manner she communicated with the submarine that sunk the Malta. That must have been a much quicker communication. I shall leave it to you, Treves," he said quietly, "to find out what that method is. You will have to learn much more of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth than we know already. The fight is quickening between us, and the big fight which von Kuhne is planning in the Isle of Wight is not quite so indefinite to us as it was. The date at least is in our possession. And by then," he went on, "all the carrion will have wended their way there. Even our friend Mrs. Beecher Monmouth will be there by then." John looked at him in sudden surprise. "I thought she was seldom out of London, sir." "That is the fact," answered Dacent Smith. "It is also the fact, however, that from the 24th of this month she has engaged rooms at a select boarding house in Freshwater. She is going to Freshwater," he added ironically, "to recuperate after an arduous London season." He looked meaningly at John. John understood the significance of that look. The carrion were gathering. By the 28th all von Kuhne's active forces would be drawn to the Isle of Wight. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, in taking rooms at Freshwater, was acquiring a residence in close proximity to Heatherpoint Fort. John wondered what her particular manoeuvre was to be. He put that question to Dacent Smith. "We shall know all in good time, Treves," answered his chief. "You yourself will be in the Isle of Wight by then." A few minutes later John bade good bye to Dacent Smith. Being free for that evening, he took the Tube to Camden Town. Here, at Bowles Avenue, in the quiet little street, he knocked once again at the door of Elaine's residence. He had not visited Elaine for nearly a week, and he knew that for some days to come he would be deeply occupied with Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, so he wished to make the most of the present opportunity. Twice during the past week Elaine had written him short notes, asking him when he could come to visit her. There had been nothing in the notes to convey the idea that she wished him urgently to come. He was surprised, therefore, when Elaine, in answer to his knock, drew open the door and recognized him with an expression of infinite relief in her grey eyes. She was dressed prettily, quietly and inexpensively, as usual. John, comparing her appearance with the brilliant beauty of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, realized that Elaine's attraction lay just as much in her fine and upright character, in her intense feminine gentleness and loyalty, as in her beauty itself. She took John's hand in hers, drew him into the little passage, and quickly shut the door. "Bernard," she whispered, resting her hand on his shoulder and looking up into his face, "I am so very glad you have come." She drew his face down to hers and kissed him as she had never kissed him before. There was something that was almost passionately fervent in her embrace. "I have been so afraid for you, Bernard," she murmured. John released himself. He felt the extreme awkwardness of the situation. "What makes you afraid, Elaine?" He thought at first that an over vivid imagination had been running away with her, that some feminine mood had made her fear for him. Then he remembered her beliefs as to his character. The man she believed him to be was a weakling with will undermined by drugs, a nervous, overstrung neurasthenic, capable of drifting into all sorts of trouble and embarrassments. Elaine led him into the little parlour, lit the gas, and drew down the blind. John noticed again that something troubled her mind. She appeared to look at him strangely and thoughtfully, and for an instant, for a fleeting space of time, he feared that she had penetrated the secret of his identity. If this was the case, all his castles in the air would in a minute come toppling about his ears. "Why are you looking at me so anxiously, Elaine?" he asked, assuming a casual tone of voice. "It is because of Captain Cherriton, Bernard. He has been here to day, and he has been asking questions about you." "What sort of questions?" John asked quickly. "He asked me if you had been at Heatherpoint Fort lately." "He himself has been down at the Isle of Wight, and he appears to have found out something about you that disturbs him terribly." John made the best effort he could to play his difficult part. "Well, Elaine," he questioned, "did Captain Cherriton tell you the particular cause of his disturbance?" He was smiling slightly as he spoke, treating the matter airily. Nevertheless, inwardly he was deeply perturbed. If Cherriton suspected him and communicated his suspicions to Voules and his confederates, John knew that the position for himself would be one of infinite peril. He had experienced one fortuitous escape from discovery, owing to the interception of "Crumbs's" letter to Voules, but he could hardly hope that fortune would again favour him. He questioned Elaine closely, and learned that Cherriton had definitely heard of his presence at Heatherpoint Fort at a time when he was supposed to be working in the interest of Voules. This knowledge, John knew, would confirm all Cherriton's suspicions the minute it was discovered that "Crumbs" had been trapped and had vanished from the fort. However, it was not in John's nature to meet trouble half way, and for the present he was happy to be in Elaine's radiant company. Elaine, for her part, had much to say to him. In the first place, she detailed all that had occurred in an interview she had had with Dacent Smith. The great man had treated her with marked courtesy, and had, without revealing John's true identity, enlisted her services in much the same manner as Mrs. Beecher Monmouth acted for his adversaries, Voules, Cherriton, Manwitz and Company. Elaine had undertaken the work in the idea that she could thus protect from danger the man she loved, whose name she believed she bore. John listened to her narrative with the deepest interest, and gradually the wonderful subtlety of Dacent Smith made itself manifest. The great man had promised to relieve him of his awkward predicament in regard to Elaine, and the manner in which he had accomplished his promise was simplicity itself. Elaine was to permit, within limits, the advances of Cherriton, and was to pretend to keep her husband at a distance. The neatness of this plan filled John with admiration. He felt instantly much freer with Elaine. The delicate moment when she had offered to resume marital relations with him would not immediately occur again. For some minutes after Elaine had ceased speaking, John held silence. A doubt had come to him. "Elaine," he said earnestly, "Captain Cherriton is far more dangerous, perhaps, than you know." He rose, and pacing back and forth, with an anxious face, warned her that the man was one who would stop at nothing to attain his ends. Elaine listened patiently, then, on a sudden, quick impulse, flung her arms about his neck. "Bernard," she whispered, "don't you know I love you, my darling? All those minutes that you have been pacing up and down there in raging jealousy——" "Jealousy?" echoed John. "It was jealousy, Bernard," she smiled, happy in the possession of his love. "All the time I have been adoring you and loving you more and more." "Bernard," she whispered, "I am to pretend not to care. But you will know in your heart, won't you, that I am yours always?" She drew her face away from his and looked deep into his eyes. "You know that, dearest?" "I know it," said John, looking back at her. "And you love me as I love you?" questioned she. He had never seen her so beautiful as in that moment, with her face upturned to his, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes offering him her love. He was standing in another man's shoes, and at that moment those shoes pinched him to the point of anguish. For a fleeting moment he was tempted to fling all prudence to the winds and confess everything. Then the recollection that she was a married woman smote him like a blow. Whatever happened, she could never be his. Very gently and tenderly he held her from him. "You can't doubt me, Elaine," he said in a low voice. "Nevertheless, I think Dacent Smith is right. You ought to pretend not to care for me, for just a little while. Anyway, until the great contest that is now beginning between our department and Cherriton and his confederates is at an end." He led her back to her chair, lit a cigarette, and made an effort to give a humorous description of his life during the past few weeks. He told her of Sinclair, of "Crumbs," of his adventure and his visit to Voules. Everything, in fact, except his real identity and his arrest in mistake for Bernard Treves. As his narrative unfolded, Elaine's eyes widened in amazement and admiration. "I had no idea you were so splendid, Bernard." "But I am not splendid. I am not telling you that I am splendid." "Of course you are not, you silly boy. You are trying to make out you are nothing at all. But I shouldn't love you as I do if I couldn't read between the lines. Oh, Bernard, what an idiot I have been about you! I used to think——" She paused and looked away. "You used to think awful things of me," continued John, "that I took drugs, that I consumed whisky by the half bottle, that I was a brute both to you and to my father." "Yes," said Elaine slowly, "I used to think I——" Then suddenly, and with the inconsequence of woman, she broke off and covered her face with her hands. She was crying softly and steadily. It was not John's business to comfort her. The only man who had the right to do that was the drink-sodden neurotic who was still a prisoner in the nursing home. Nevertheless, in less than a minute John was kneeling before her. "What is it, Elaine?" he asked in passionate anxiety. She looked at him with eyes bright with tears. "It is the past, Bernard. I can't understand it. Those days, long ago, lie like a pain in my heart always. You have grown so different. It is cowardly and mean of me to think of it, but I love you, Bernard, and I cannot bear to think there was a time when you were not as now." She paused for a moment, and a shadow, a twinge of agony, crossed her face. She looked at John with affrighted eyes, then spoke in a low voice. "That night when you struck me, Bernard." John felt the blood quicken in his pulses. Some time in the past Bernard Treves had struck her. How and under what circumstances he could not guess. He turned away his head so that the sudden rage which blazed in his eyes should not be visible to her. For a moment he was silent, then, collecting his senses, he said quietly, and still without looking at her, "Elaine, I swear that if in the past I ever raised my hand to you, ever was cur enough to strike you, then I know nothing of it. I have no memory of such a thing," he went on, speaking the truth. "I tell myself that in those early days you were not yourself," conceded Elaine. "I want never to recall those days," said John. "If I ever acted as you say, I must have been mad." He suddenly turned towards her, and all his passionate desire to protect her, the deep love he had grown to feel for her, seemed in that moment to animate his face. "Elaine," he said, "promise me you'll forget it, and never think of it again." "Never again," answered she. She slid her arms about his neck and drew him towards her. For a minute he forgot his compact with himself. But presently his self‐possession returned to him. He fell back a pace, and lifting her hand, kissed her fingers, and once again assumed the light conversational tone. "We are comrades now, Elaine," said he, "both working against Voules and his myrmidons." He turned and looked at the little clock on Elaine's mantelshelf. "Hallo!" he exclaimed. "I must be off. I am on duty to night." He felt that it was safer to go, and 5 minutes later he was at the door of the house. "Remember, Elaine," he said, looking down at her in the dim little passage, "any time you want me, if Cherriton offends you in any way, ring me up at the Golden Pavilion Hotel." Chapter 23 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This recording is in the public domain. One evening, a week later, when darkness had fallen, John found himself in Grosvenor Place, pacing unobtrusively in the shadow of the russet brown brick wall which surrounds the royal garden of Buckingham Palace. He was watching a taxi which was waiting before the broad door of Mr. Beecher Monmouth's residence. Some minutes passed before John, from his discreet vantage ground, observed Mrs. Beecher Monmouth herself, a vague, befurred, silk‐clad figure, in the distance, descend from her house and enter the vehicle. The lady's taxi sped away, and John lifted his attention from the door of the house to the first floor. Here a chink of light from two windows showed him that Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's maid, having attired her mistress for the evening, was still busy, either in the bedroom or Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's boudoir. "When Mademoiselle Cecily puts out the light and goes downstairs, I'll make a dash for it," thought John. For a quarter of an hour after that he waited patiently in the shadow of the royal wall. Then first one light and then another vanished behind the first floor curtains of the house across the road. John gave Cecily sufficient time to descend to the housekeeper's room, where she usually spent the evening. At last, however, with something of alacrity and a quickened pulse beat, he crossed the road. He was the veriest amateur as a burglar, but his cause was the best in the world, and in less than a minute he had slipped a small Yale key into the hall door. He had possessed himself of that key from Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's handbag earlier in the evening, and he knew she would not miss it until her return from her dinner party at the Savoy. The key moved noiselessly in the lock. No drama at all accompanied his entry into the lofty, deeply carpeted hall. The light was dim, the hall deserted, and when John had soundlessly closed the front door behind him, he hurried forward and ascended the carpeted stairs, 2 steps at a time. From the servants' quarters in the lower regions he could hear voices faintly. No other sounds came to him, and in less than a minute after he passed the front door he found himself in Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's intimate boudoir. Here he cautiously closed the door behind him, turned the key in the lock, and switched on the light. Everything was as usual, save only that on every previous visit to that room Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, brilliantly gowned, brilliantly beautiful, and always amiable to himself, had been his chief centre of interest. To night, however, it was not Mrs. Beecher Monmouth he desired to cultivate, but that lady's belongings. He was there under Dacent Smith's instructions to search for clues which would enable John's chief of department to check her flow of information to the enemy. For not yet had John been able to discover in what manner, within 8 hours, she had been able to communicate with the submarine which sank the Malta. John, standing with his back to the gold and white boudoir door, surveyed the room with a slight sense of bewilderment. It was difficult to know where to begin. Nevertheless, he did begin, and during the quiet minutes that followed he made a close search for documents in every possible hiding place he could discover. His care and patience, however, met with no reward. He found nothing of the slightest significance. When John had thoroughly exhausted the possibilities of the boudoir, and had found nothing, he opened the door which communicated from that room directly into Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's spacious bedroom. He had never viewed this apartment before, and he was much impressed by its gorgeous furnishings, its shining brass twin bedsteads, its white French furniture, and deep carpet of pale grey and rose colour. Having quietly locked the second door of the room which opened into the passage, he began a rapid search, taking care to replace everything as he found it. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth would probably not return until 9:30, and he felt that if he could complete his business quickly he would be able to slip downstairs and out of the house before being observed. Cecily was the only person likely to disturb him, and he had already thought of a plan which might secure his safety in this event. In regard to Mr. Beecher Monmouth, John felt completely at ease about him. The ogre had, a fortnight ago, been neatly transshipped to Ireland as a member of a Government commission of inquiry. Dacent Smith, with the aid of the Home Secretary, had brought this about without arousing Monmouth's suspicions. The fact that Beecher Monmouth adored his wife and had desired to take her with him had created something of a difficulty, but Dacent Smith had overcome this point in his habitual neat manner. "No, I don't think I need worry," thought John, glancing at an expensive clock of ivory and silver which adorned the dressing table. "I shall be safe for another half an hour at least." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's bed was covered with a rich eiderdown covered in purple satin. John seated himself upon this sumptuous covering and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He had been 20 minutes in the bedroom of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth and had discovered nothing. He noticed now a door with a crystal knob which opened into a wardrobe, which was a small room in itself. Here Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's numerous costumes hung in rows. John caught a glimpse of a shelf containing a score of pairs of boots, shoes, and slippers. Beneath this shelf was a big tin box, a black japanned box which immediately engaged John's attention. The lock was a simple one, and John had it open in a moment. Then the disappointment that had been growing on him intensified, for in the box was nothing but Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's costly sables laid away for the summer. A reek of camphor assailed his nostrils from the folded furs. He was about to close the box when the idea occurred to him to run his hand down the sides. A moment later he was glad of this impulse, for from the bottom of the tin he drew out a small, strong-looking cash box. He rattled the box and was able to detect a faint rustle from within. Carrying the dispatch case, which was something under a foot in length, he went into the bedroom. Once again he seated himself on the purple eiderdown and tried all his keys. None of them fitted the dispatch box, which was protected by an unassailable Chubb lock. John contemplated this lock for some minutes with an unfavourable eye. Then he took out a heavy steel tool he had brought with him. It took him less than 2 minutes to wrench open the lid. Within the box, completely filling its interior, were neatly folded and tightly packed letters and papers. John's interest quickened mightily as, opening one of the letters, he discovered it to be in German. The note paper was of the flimsy description, almost tissue paper, in fact. John examined it closely, observed with a certain degree of interest that the paper had been folded very small indeed, evidently for facility in transmission. As he sat on the edge of the bed, with the open box on his knee and this letter in his hand, he swept Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's large and expensive furnished room with his glance. There was a deep silence in the room, and between the rise and the fall of the traffic noises outside, John could hear the light ticking of the little ivory and silver clock on the dressing table. He was not occupied with the silence, however, but with the contents of the letter, which he read rapidly, eagerly, and with swiftly augmented interest. Written purposely small in a firm foreign hand, the missive, which was to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, ran, in German: Darling Alice, your loving letter reached me only yesterday, and I am hastening to answer it by the usual channels. I am still jealous. You tell me your husband is very old, but one of the solaces to my captivity here is the English newspapers, which we are allowed to read, and yesterday, in one of the picture papers, I observed Mr. Beecher Monmouth's photograph. He is not so old as you pretend, and though his face assures me that he will never win your heart, yet still I am jealous. It makes me laugh to think of you as the wife of an English politician, a member of their stupid Parliament. I wonder if in society you ever meet the Duke of Tully and Lord Harrisgrove. I recall our beautiful happiness in Washington together. You loved me then, I believe, more than you do now. The letter ended with expressions of endearment, and was signed Kurt von Morgen. As John read the signature, his lips tightened. In great haste he ran his eye over the handwriting of at least a score of other letters, each one of them in the same handwriting, that of Kurt von Morgen, a German cuirassier officer, a young aristocrat who had been captured on the Western Front 6 months earlier. He knew that Count Kurt von Morgen was a prisoner in the camp for officers. And as he handled the flimsy sheets of paper, he wondered consumedly how the young man had managed to convey these letters to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. A word in another letter by von Morgen caught his eye. I am glad you have met General von Kuhne, said the writer. Kindly convey to him my compliments, and tell him his nephew, who is a prisoner here, is well and happy. His Excellency's presence in England means much. I throb with interest to know what will happen. But perhaps, Alice, meine Herzliebste, I shall soon be free, and shall soon see you. Preparations for my escape are going better than ever. I have for my servant a very intelligent fellow from the Black Forest. Do not let your English ogre love you too much. Think of me always, and the little week when you were my wife at Palm Beach. I kiss you behind the ear. Kurt. A smile crossed John's face as he finished reading this amorous missive. Here, thought he, we get a pretty complete clue to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's earlier history before she came from America. It shows also where Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's affections are really centred. John had already read enough to know that these letters must be delivered as swiftly as possible into Dacent Smith's hands. One or two had slipped to the floor as he scanned them hurriedly. He bent down to pick them up, and saw very neatly written on a slip of paper the key of the code which Mrs. Monmouth had used in her newspaper advertisements. As Smith's department already knew this code, the discovery was not of much importance, but on another sheet of paper, which also lay on the rich rose and grey carpet, he discovered a second code with its accompanying key. His attention fixed upon this with swift intensity. He had at last made a discovery of importance, and he became suddenly animated by the hope that his department had hit upon the manner of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's swift communication with the enemy. He reached out, took up the slip of paper, and then suddenly became still. For an instant he remained motionless, his mind working with lightning rapidity. A sound had come to him from Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's boudoir, a soft impact of footsteps upon the thick carpet. John could scarcely believe his ears. He had carefully locked the door of the corridor boudoir when he entered the room. As a further protection he had left the key in the lock. And now this sound! He was still on his hands and knees, and very slowly he turned his head. At that instant the boudoir door opened towards him, and a man enveloped in a heavy tweed overcoat and wearing a soft grey hat stood in the aperture. At sight of John on his knees near the bed, the newcomer stopped dead and stared with wide amazed eyes. John leapt to his feet. Mechanically, at the same moment the figure at the door removed his grey hat, and the thin hair, the parchment-like face, and the thin, sharp nose of Mr. Beecher Monmouth stood revealed. Moved by his passionate desire to be with his wife, the elderly politician had unexpectedly hurried from Ireland to spend the week end in London. Beecher Monmouth's expression was one of simple and complete amazement. He blinked 2 or 3 times, then, suddenly recovering himself, drew shut the door behind him and stood with his back to it. His sallow face grew pale with swift kindled hate and rage. "Mr. Treves," he demanded, drawing in a sharp breath, "what are you doing here? Are you here with my wife's knowledge?" "No," answered John frankly. "Your wife hasn't the faintest idea that I am here." "You mean you came to the house in her absence?" John felt it was necessary to tell him something near the truth. "I suppose you have a right to know that I came here in her absence. I came without her knowledge, let myself in with a key, and locked the doors outside there, so that I should not be disturbed. How you got in I don't know." "I got in through my own bedroom, which is beyond the boudoir," retorted Beecher Monmouth icily, amazed and further enraged at his calmness. "Oh," said John, "there must have been a door I didn't lock. Well, to get along with my explanation—" Beecher Monmouth drew away from him. Mechanically he drew off his overcoat and threw it to the floor. "Young man," he shouted, his face suddenly turning from white to scarlet, "what are those letters there?" His eyes fell upon the opened cash box lying on the bed. He rushed to it and took it up. "What were you doing with this?" "I was breaking it open," answered John. Beecher Monmouth fixed upon him bewildered and stupefied eyes. Then he hurried across the room and put out his hand for the bell. John, however, was too quick for him. He leapt forward and flung his arms powerfully about the lean, elderly figure. "You mustn't ring that bell," he said in a low, tense voice. I am here on very particular business, and there must be no disturbance whatever." "Will you let me go?" shouted Beecher Monmouth, his face contorted with rage. "Let me go!" "Certainly," said John, stepping with his back towards the bell. Beecher Monmouth eased his collar, which had been disturbed. He put his hand to his thin, neatly ordered hair. He was breathing heavily. "You'll drive me mad! Have you come here to rob me, or——" And then his mood suddenly changed. The one passion of his life welled to the surface. If John was there intending to rob him he cared little. There was one thing only that could really strike at him deeply, and that was his wife's love and fidelity. "Look here," he said, suddenly pulling himself together, "tell me that it is not an assignation, that you are not waiting for my wife." John looked at him, and was silent for a surprised moment. Then he said quietly and solemnly, "I swear I am not waiting for your wife. I am here on far more serious business, and as for your wife, I neither care, nor have I ever cared, anything about her." Beecher Monmouth's eyes took on a visible expression of relief. His gaze travelled away from John and looked about the room. Once again his glance fell upon the disorder of letters upon the bed. He made a step forward, and before John could stop him, picked up one. John saw his head jerk curiously as the first words smote his eyes, "Liebste Alice." His gaze went to the date of the letter. It was scarcely a fortnight old. He read a few lines of the German missive, which he understood. Then he lifted his eyes to John. Never in his life had John seen a man alter so in a moment as Beecher Monmouth altered at that moment. "Do you—know what these letters are?" he asked in a jerking voice. "Do you understand German?" John nodded. "Yes," he said, "I have read several of them." Beecher Monmouth took out a silk handkerchief and wiped his brow. Then he bent down and slowly gathered a handful of the letters. But before he could read another, John placed a friendly hand on his shoulder. He was moved by the tragedy that was about to strike this elderly man, who seemed so ill able to bear it. "Mr. Monmouth," he said, "it is only fair that you should know all the truth. I can see no other way out." "What is the truth?" asked Monmouth in a dazed voice. "I am here," John answered, "on behalf of our Intelligence Department, to make a search of your wife's belongings." "Intelligence Department?" echoed Beecher Monmouth. "Yes," John said, "and I am afraid it will be my duty to take away all the letters in this room. In the meantime, however, I am prepared for you to study them at your leisure." "What do you mean?" asked Monmouth. "Intelligence Department——" "You will learn everything from the letters which you can read if you wish, on condition, of course, that you give me your word of honour as a gentleman to destroy nothing. Also, you will remain indoors within call until I have communicated with my Chief of Department." Beecher Monmouth put a shaking hand over his brow. "Yes," he said, "I suppose I understand what you say. I feel very much bewildered. Would you like to read the letters? I have read one. I must face the others. You will give me your word of honour to destroy nothing?" "Yes." His voice was low, almost inaudible. John, pitying his utter desolation, stepped quietly out of the room, and, leaving the door open, seated himself in the boudoir. He had been there perhaps 3 minutes when Beecher Monmouth looked in at him. His expression was utterly tragic. "I should like to close the door, Mr. Treves, if you don't mind." "Certainly," said John. He was something of a judge of men. He had accepted the elder man's word, and for 10 further minutes he remained seated. During that time Beecher Monmouth stood alone in his wife's brilliantly decorated bedchamber, and strewn about the rose grey carpet lay the letters which meant the end of all happiness, which for him meant tragedy and darkness unutterable. He went down on his knees and with shaking hands gathered up the strewn sheets. Then, dropping into a low chair near the dressing table, he read, one after another, Kurt von Morgen's amorous letters to his wife. And in reading he pieced together bit by bit his wife's dark past. For the first time her utter shamelessness became known to him. And then, gradually, through the tragedy of his own wrecked life, he saw something that filled him with horror. He learnt bit by bit that his wife was not only faithless to him, but was faithless to his country as well. The woman he had adored and had sold his happiness to was a traitor, either that or a spy in the enemy's pay. As these things swept over him in great waves, he clasped his hands to his head and swayed back and forth in a very agony of horrified shame. Presently, like a man in a dream, he rose and walked unsteadily across the floor. Quite neatly and with a sort of mechanical carefulness he had replaced all the letters and documents back in the box, and now, carrying the box under his arm, he went unsteadily over the carpet. He drew open a drawer of the little cabinet near his bed and took out a beautiful plated ivory-handled Colt pistol. Then he took a deep breath, assured himself that the pistol was loaded, and clicked it shut again. He moistened his lips with his tongue, looked at the weapon for a moment with dazed eyes, and slipped it into his pocket. This done, he turned, and with steps that were steady and resolute, crossed the door and drew open the door of the boudoir. Chapter 24 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a Novel of the Secret Service. There was a strange light in Beecher Monmouth's eyes as he stepped into the outer apartment. He was a man who irrevocably and finally had made up his mind. "Mr. Treves," he said, "I hand these into your care. You have discharged your duty very well indeed. I think the letters will be of great service to your department." He uttered the words tonelessly, and his manner puzzled John, who took the box, and then observed that Monmouth's hand was outstretched. "You carried out your duty honourably and well." Their hands touched, and John noticed how icy cold were the other's fingers. "I hope, sir," he said, in a sudden rush of pity for the utterly broken and deluded husband, "I hope you will forgive my seeming harshness of a few minutes ago." "Certainly, certainly," said Beecher Monmouth dully. He appeared grateful that John had shaken him by the hand. "You can tell your chief that I feel no animosity, and that I shall keep my promise not to leave this house. Whenever you return you will find me here." "On behalf of the department I think I can say," remarked John, "that you will suffer as little inconvenience as possible." "Thank you," said Beecher Monmouth. "This discovery is for me, as you can well understand, a tragic one." He paused a moment. "In any case," he added, "you will find me in my wife's room when you return." John took the japanned box and bowed slightly. He was quite sure that Beecher Monmouth would make no attempt to escape. He was also quite sure, in his own mind, that no charge would be brought against him. The case was clearly one of a duped and shamelessly deluded husband who had unwittingly aided his country's enemies. For a moment the elder man appeared to hesitate on the point of making some further communication, then, turning slowly on his heel, re-entered his wife's room and shut the door. Beecher Monmouth's unfortunate advent had delayed John longer in the house than caution allowed. He made haste now to repair the tactical disadvantage, and the moment the door closed upon the elder man, he emptied the letters from the box into his overcoat, hurried out of the room and down the great staircase. In 2 minutes he reached the front door, which he drew open upon the darkness of the night. He inhaled a deep breath of relief. His task had been accomplished. In another moment— Then he stopped and stood stock still upon the topmost step, Exactly opposite him a taxi had drawn to a halt. A light laugh floated up to him, and Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, shimmering in silk and jewels, alighted briskly. She was the last person in the world John at that moment desired to see. Still, if she had been alone, John believed that he could have still escaped unobserved. She was not alone, however. With her were two men in evening clothes, and as the little party of three crossed the pavement, John made out that the heavily built, stock-necked figure who had helped her to alight was Dr. Voules, and that the taller figure who walked upon her left hand was Captain Cherriton. Cherriton's keen eyes had recognised John in an instant, and almost simultaneously Mrs. Beecher Monmouth uttered an exclamation. "Why, Mr. Treves!" She ran lightly up the steps, holding out her hand in greeting. "I had no idea you were coming to night." "Nor had I," said John. "I came upon the impulse of the moment." "But you knew I should be out," protested Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. "That is true," John admitted, "but as you were not going to a theatre, I expected you would be back early." "That was very nice of you. Now you must come in again." She laid her hand lightly on his arm and shepherded him back to the wide hall. "Where is the butler?" Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, sweeping the empty hall with her eyes, turned in surprise upon John. "I don't know," said John. "I think he's downstairs." "But surely some one was here to let you out." Cherriton and His Excellency von Kuhne had both entered the hall. His Excellency pushed shut the big door, and as John heard the latch click a curious sensation of finality seized him. On several occasions in past months he had been in tight situations. He had been in an awkward position, for instance, half an hour earlier with Beecher Monmouth. The situation, however, which now held him in its grip was, in point of danger, beyond anything he had yet experienced. He knew that coolness and sang-froid and daring were the only weapons with which he could fight against the three national and ruthless enemies who stood about him in the dimly lit hall. He had shaken hands with Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, and, avoiding a direct answer to her last question, he now turned to von Kuhne and held out his hand. "How do you do, Doctor?" "I am very well," answered His Excellency in his thick voice. He looked steadily into John's eyes. Manton could read nothing in his expression, and he gave his attention to Cherriton. "It is a long time since we met, Cherriton." Cherriton bowed. He made no effort to shake hands. Nevertheless, his manner was not openly hostile, rather was it sharply and keenly watchful. "Quite a long time," he answered. John, looking again into the Captain's cold, light blue eyes, his pale, shaven face with its bony contours, his cruelly turned mouth, thought him even more unpleasant than he had formerly believed. He was willing to grant, however, that Cherriton carried himself with an air, that he was a powerful, big-boned, tall, well set-up fellow. His own eyes and Cherriton's remained engaged for the fraction of a second, then Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's voice broke the tension. "Come, come," she explained, "we mustn't stand in the hall. I'll ring for Duckett to bring us something upstairs, and in the meantime you shall each have a cigarette in my boudoir." "I don't like cigarettes," said von Kuhne curtly. "Then you shall smoke one of your black cigars," concluded Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, flashing at him one of her brilliant smiles. She rang the bell, and when the butler appeared commanded him to bring wine and glasses upstairs. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth began to run up the wide carpeted staircase. John noticed that she wore grey shoes with scarlet heels, and that her stockings were of dark red silk to match her dress. She ascended half a dozen steps, then turned, noticing that John had begun to frame an excuse. He wanted to get away before she reached her boudoir, before she could enter her bedroom where her husband awaited her. The meeting between these two which was imminent was not one which John wished to witness. He waved a farewell hand, uttered conventional apologies, and made to go. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, however, would hear nothing of it. She ran down the stairs, took him by the arm, shook a finger in his face, called him a bad, cruel boy, and led him upstairs. Cherriton and von Kuhne closed in behind. The boudoir was empty when Mrs. Beecher Monmouth entered and switched on the lights. In a swift survey of the apartment John noticed the rifled despatch box on a gilt legged chair where he had left it. Very swiftly and dexterously he whipped off his light overcoat and threw it over the box, hiding it from view. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, who wore extensive décolleté, with a small tiara glimmering in her perfectly arranged dark tresses, permitted John to relieve her of an opera cloak of grey silk brocade. She stood for a minute displaying herself in perfect consciousness of her striking beauty. Her arms and shoulders, perfectly modelled, were white as marble. There was a challenging light in her brilliant eyes as they sought John's. She was one of those women who look best at night, a flower that bloomed best in artificial light. John's mind, since their entrance into the room, had not, however, been occupied either with her beauty or his own personal danger. He was thinking only of a sound he had heard some minutes earlier, at the moment he had drawn open the front door. The sound, like a distant crack of a whip, had reached him from the interior of the house. Only now did that sound gather to itself significance. Sudden doubts assailed John. In that room behind the closed door Beecher Monmouth had seen his own doting attempts at love mocked and laughed at. He had read the passionate letters of her real lover, Kurt von Morgen. She had betrayed not only her husband, but her husband's country. What if Beecher Monmouth strode in among them? At any moment the door of that silent room might fly open. John could conceive Monmouth in a frenzy, rushing into the room and putting his lean hands about that white, bejewelled throat. The situation tingled with terrible possibilities. In those tense and throbbing moments John felt a kinship between himself and the deluded man beyond the closed door of the bedroom. Cherriton, he was certain, suspected him, and would take the first opportunity to cross-examine him as to his visit to Heatherpoint Fort. Nevertheless, he was determined to escape from that house with Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's incriminating letters and with the newly found code. He was not afraid of Cherriton. He feared neither the tall German's subtlety of wit nor his strength of arm. His sole feeling, indeed, towards this unpleasant enemy was one of infinite antagonism. He knew the time was bound to come, possibly at any minute, when he and Cherriton would enter upon open conflict. The butler came into the room bearing a large silver tray, decanters and glasses. General von Kuhne lit one of his big black cigars, and, seating himself, drank a glass of champagne. The butler went out of the room and closed the door noiselessly behind him. John and Cherriton each accepted from Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's hands a whisky and soda. John felt Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's eyes steadily upon him. A faint shadow of doubt seemed to flit across her face and then vanish. With an almost imperceptible movement of her head she beckoned him towards her, and seizing a moment when Cherriton and von Kuhne were in conversation, she said to him in whisper: "Why did you come to night, when you knew I should be out?" John had been expecting the question and was prepared. "I knew you would be out," he said, looking deep into her eyes, "but I expected you'd come in again." "What do you mean, you enigmatical boy?" Then, feeling that she had read his mind, she added: "Do you mean you came because my husband was away?" John smiled at her. "Don't you think that an excellent reason for coming?" he asked. This struck her as an extremely amusing remark. As always, she was conscious of and confident in the potency of her beauty. She laughed and tapped him on the shoulder with her fan. "I don't believe you love me," she uttered almost soundlessly, shaping the words with her lips. "Don't you?" said John. "Did Cecily let you in?" "No. admitted John. At that moment a knock fell upon the door of the room, and in answer to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's summons, Cecily herself entered. "I beg your pardon, madam," she said, "but the corridor door of your room is locked." "Locked, Cecily?" "Yes, madam." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth saw no significance in the fact. "In that case, Cecily," she said, "you may come through this way." "Thank you, madam." Cecily, in her dark dress, white cap and apron, and high‐heeled shoes, crossed the carpet. She reached the second door of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's bedroom and opened it. Nobody but John was watching her. As the maid pushed open the door, she gave a violent start, stood stock still, then uttered a loud and terrified scream. "Madam! Madam!" she called, turning a frantic face and wide staring eyes at her mistress. "What is it?" cried Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, springing swiftly to her feet. The four of them were now standing staring blankly at Cecily, who was leaning against the door frame, covering her eyes with one hand and waving an arm frantically towards the bedroom. Mrs. Monmouth hurried towards her, but it was John who first succeeded in reaching the door. From the threshold he looked into the room. All the softly shaded golden lights were full on, and, half lying, half sitting on the bed, he saw the figure of Beecher Monmouth. The inert form was reclining upon its side on the rich purple counterpane. One arm hung over the edge of the bed towards the floor. On the floor itself lay the politician's ivory and electro plated pistol, one barrel of which had been discharged. John rushed into the room and looked close into the ashen grey face, but even before he reached the bedside the very stillness of the prone figure had told him the truth. The knowledge that had come upon Beecher Monmouth that night had marked the end. And with a courage for which few would have given him credit, considering his weakness, he had taken arms against a sea of troubles. His political life, his ambition, his hopes, the love that he had lavished, had all vanished in a flash. Kurt von Morgen's letters had told him everything, had revealed a sink of iniquity and duplicity such as he had never thought possible. The blow had been too heavy for him to bear. A younger man might have sought relief in vengeance upon the woman who had betrayed him, but he was not of that spirit. He could think of one way only, one act only, which would extricate him from his tragic position. Innocently, for months and years, he had been a traitor to his country. Unwittingly he had been supplying to the scheming, brilliant woman whom he adored all the knowledge that came to him in virtue of his position in Parliament. In doing this he had himself become a criminal. No court of law could or would punish him. That he knew. But with all his weaknesses he was a loyal Englishman, and in thinking of the tragedy that had been wrought by his doting folly, he resolved to act manfully at the last. Monmouth left no word, no scrap of writing, no murmur of complaint against the woman who had betrayed him. And as John looked into the waxen face that looked old even beyond its years, he felt for the dead man a genuine and deep sense of pity. After all, thought he has chosen the only way out. He looked up from the face of the dead man and saw Cherriton's eyes brooding upon him narrowly. And all through the ensuing excitement he could feel Cherriton's eyes following him keenly, spying upon every movement he made. As the minutes passed, John realised that the captain not only suspected him of playing a double game in regard to Heatherpoint Fort, but he suspected him also of the murder of Beecher Monmouth. John wondered what would happen when the ravished dispatch box was discovered, and the thought came to him that, despite the tragedy that had occurred, Beecher Monmouth's return had been a useful circumstance for himself and his department. For when Mrs. Beecher Monmouth found that her lover's letters and the code had disappeared, she would instantly jump to the conclusion that her husband had discovered them. Having made this discovery, his despair at her duplicity would account for his self-destruction. Soon after the finding of the body the servants were summoned from below, but no one had heard the fatal shot. Von Kuhne, who was disturbed and annoyed, showed an urgent desire to take himself off. He was gone, accompanied by Cherriton, by the time the police arrived. When the police were in full possession of the situation, John himself took leave of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. She was standing in her boudoir, her face deathly white, her usually scarlet lips bluish in hue. John noticed that her hand, as she touched his, was ice cold. His feelings were of intense detestation towards her, and he found it difficult to be even conventionally polite. As to offering her words of comfort or condolence, that would have been the merest mockery. He was amazed, in bidding her good bye, to find that there were tears in her eyes. She was an astounding woman. Beecher Monmouth had destroyed himself solely because of her unutterable depths of treachery. She had never loved him, she had incessantly betrayed and duped him, and yet she could still shed tears for him. John went away, pondering upon the mystery of the eternal feminine. Chapter 25 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This recording is in the public domain. John's work of that night was commended highly by Dacent Smith, for his discovery of the japanned box had put the department in possession of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's code and a score of letters evidently part of a secret correspondence conducted with a camp for officers and with Kurt von Morgen, whose plans for escape were progressing nicely. The great man commended this achievement, but like John he felt pity for Beecher Monmouth, who had fallen so easy and gullible a victim to his wife's treachery. In regard to Cherriton's suspicions of John, he took a serious view. "I think, Treves," he said, leaning back in his chair, "we shall have to remove Cherriton from the scene. He appeared, from what you tell me, not to have confided his suspicions of you either to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth or to von Kuhne. It is unfortunate that he chanced to be appointed by von Kuhne to watch Heatherpoint. But I don't think we can blame Lieutenant Parkson for letting out the fact that you were for a brief period attached to that fort. Nevertheless, the position is one that must be handled swiftly and effectively." He suddenly smiled at John. "You have done very well up to now, Treves," he said, "but I should not like your career to be suddenly cut short when there are big things ahead. We have safely got rid of Lady Rachel Marvin in Pitt Lunan Hydro, where she can enjoy the company of other fools of her own sort, and will be unable to endanger any more of our forces by loose gossip." He paused, then went on. "The virtual suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act was a godsend to us in the handling of dangerous social fools like Lady Rachel. We could do still more than we do at present, Treves, if every one who knew of suspicious persons or suspicious gossip would only let us know. If members of the public would take the trouble to write a letter to their favourite newspaper, the information would always reach us and would enable us to keep watch on a good many suspicious characters who would otherwise escape us." "The trouble is," said John, "the members of the public do not understand either the power of the German spy system in this country or the wideness of its extent." "Exactly," nodded his chief. "Who, for instance, would suspect Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, the beautiful and wealthy wife of a well‐known Member of Parliament? But, to my mind, persons like Lady Rachel Marvin are just as dangerous to us as the actual German spies who pick up their information." John went away from Dacent Smith's bachelor abode that night full of intense curiosity as to what Mrs. Beecher Monmouth would do in the immediate future. If, however, he thought that the death of her husband would check her activities he was speedily disillusioned. For immediately after the funeral of the late politician, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, looking beautiful in her widow's weeds, departed for the Isle of Wight. The funeral of Beecher Monmouth had been an impressive public affair, and there had been much commiseration for the tragically bereaved young widow. It was only natural, therefore, that after so terrible a shock she should wish to withdraw herself from the public gaze. Rooms were engaged at an hotel at Newport, and Mrs. Monmouth, in deepest widow's weeds, made the journey, accompanied by her maid Cecily. She arrived at Newport on the 24th of the month, and the proprietor of the hotel, who knew of her bereavement, received her with a grave and discreet cordiality. He himself showed her to the parlour which had been allotted to her, and assured her that he would do all that was in his power to make her stay as quiet and reposeful as he possibly could. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth thanked him cordially. That night she dined in the retirement of her little parlour, but on the following evening it was discovered that her chimney smoked a little. She therefore decided to take her dinner in the public dining room. As the chimney in her sitting room had never smoked before, the proprietor of the hotel was a little puzzled. Nevertheless, he prepared for her a table in a quiet corner of the dining room downstairs. Here, accompanied by Cecily, her confidential maid, who placed her chair for her and then departed, the newly bereaved widow took her meal. The only other diners in the room were 4 young officers who sat at a table in an opposite corner. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, in her simple and costly black dress, immediately engaged their attention. They respected her sorrow, however, and despite the evident admiration of one of them, who thought her possessed of the most beautiful profile he had ever seen, Mrs. Monmouth did not encounter from the young men a single glance. When dinner was at an end she rose gracefully, and, carrying her novel, went upstairs to her apartments. When the door had closed upon her, the 4 young officers became animated in a surprising manner. "By gad!" exclaimed one, "she's a dashed fine looking woman, and young, too." "A dashed sight too young for Beecher Monmouth, I should think," remarked another. "What a rotten thing to happen to her! I wonder what made him shoot himself." They speculated upon Mrs. Beecher Monmouth and her tragedy for some minutes, then rose to go. In the meantime Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had reached her sitting room. Strange to say, the fire no longer smoked. She turned swiftly to the sallow skinned Cecily. "Cecily!" "Yes, madam." "Go downstairs and find out which of those young officers was Lieutenant Parkson of Heatherpoint Fort. You know how to find out?" Cecily looked at her knowingly. "Yes, madam." Presently Cecily returned. "Lieutenant Parkson, madam, was the one with the black hair and the little black moustache who sat facing you." "Thank you, Cecily," said Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. "Did you discover when he was coming again?" "He and his friends have engaged the same table for to morrow night, madam." "Thank you." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth lit one of her Russian cigarettes, flung the match into the fire, and, relapsing into a chair at the hearth, began to smoke quietly. "I shall dine downstairs at the same time to morrow, Cecily," she said. "Very good, madam." The next night the 4 young men were already seated at their table when Mrs. Beecher Monmouth entered the old fashioned dining room, followed by Cecily. This time Lieutenant Parkson caught the full view of Mrs. Monmouth's beauty for the first time. Her fine eyes met his, lingered for a moment, then turned away. After that the young man watched her during the entire meal. He watched her as she moved away. She carried herself superbly. For some minutes, unheeding his companion's conversation, Parkson looked at the vacant place she had occupied. He remained absorbed in thought until something gleaming caught his eye on the carpet within a yard of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's vacated chair. Parkson saw this object, left his seat, and discovered it to be a small gold cigarette case. He took it up quickly and examined it with a good deal of interest. On the gold surface of the case the letters A.B.M. were outlined in small rubies. For a minute the young man hesitated, holding the article in his hand, then suddenly he made up his mind what to do. He determined to seize advantage by the forelock. Excusing himself to his friends, Parkson hurried out of the room. He had determined upon a course which would enable him to make her acquaintance. The single glance Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had rested upon him when entering the room gave him courage. At the door of No. 9, which was her sitting room, he knocked quietly. A low voice bade him come in. Then Parkson, embarrassed despite his boldness, stepped into the room. "I beg your pardon for intruding upon you, but I think you dropped this cigarette case in the dining room." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth looked at him, then at the case, and came quickly to her feet. "Oh, yes!" she exclaimed. She accepted it from his fingers and smiled at him, looking steadily into his eyes. "I am so grateful to you," she said. "I cannot," she lied, "tell how I came to drop it." Parkson bowed and was moving towards the door. "Not at all," he murmured. "You know the servants," went on Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, "are sometimes so dishonest in these hotels." "Quite so," answered Parkson clumsily. Then he noticed that Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had opened the cigarette case and was holding it towards him. There were 4 buff‐coloured cigarettes in its interior. "Won't you give me the pleasure of accepting one of them? I am afraid it is the only reward you will permit me to offer you, Mr.——" She paused, looking questioningly at him. "My name is Parkson." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth uttered a pleased exclamation. Her face wreathed itself in smiles. For a devastated widow she looked at that moment particularly light hearted. "Oh, how very nice that is! Then you must know my cousin, Captain Cherriton." "Yes," said Parkson. "I've met him a number of times here." His tone conveyed to her swift intelligence the fact that Captain Cherriton was not high in his favour. She looked at him seriously. "I am afraid he was not the best of company for you." At that moment Cecily, who had been conveniently absent from the room, entered with coffee upon the tray. "You will please bring another cup, Cecily. I am sure Captain Parkson——" "Lieutenant Parkson," corrected the young man. "Lieutenant Parkson will join me." 5 minutes later Lieutenant Parkson was comfortably seated in a chair on the opposite side of the hearth. He was consuming one of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's buff‐coloured cigarettes, and was very much at home drinking some of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's after dinner coffee. After the first few minutes he gathered together his natural self‐possession. He was generally at home where women were concerned, and he was intensely susceptible to feminine beauty. At that particular moment he was flattering himself that he was making a good impression upon this rich and beautiful young widow. It occurred to him that she was, in the circumstances, unduly cheerful, but he attributed this to his own good company. The fact that Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had cunningly put him in this frame of mind was, of course, unknown to him. His own social position was quite a modest one, and this tête‐à‐tête with a woman of Mrs. Monmouth's importance and aristocratic connections flattered his vanity. "Do you know, Mr. Parkson, I don't look upon you as a stranger in the least. You are a friend of my reckless cousin, and therefore we are in a sense mutually acquainted." "It is very nice of you to say so," acknowledged Parkson. In her amiable presence he began to grow expansive, until suddenly Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, as it were, appeared to recollect her tragic widowhood. She dismissed him very neatly, but before he went away they shook hands, and she thanked him again. He could feel her fingers, warm, vibrant, and vital in his. Her brilliant eyes held his for a moment, then she permitted him to depart. Cecily came into the room when he had gone. "You can take away the cups, Cecily," said Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, "and to morrow night, in addition to coffee, you will provide whisky and liqueurs." "Very good, madam." "Glasses for two," announced Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. Within 4 days of her arrival at her hotel, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had completely enchained the susceptible young officer. Parkson was amazed at his own success, yet perhaps not so much amazed after all. He began to see himself as a newly fledged Don Juan, a dog, a daring and romantic fascinator of women. Chapter 26 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This recording is in the public domain. One afternoon, when Colonel Hobin's permission had been obtained, Parkson invited Mrs. Beecher Monmouth to tea at Heatherpoint Fort. It was only occasionally that ladies were allowed to enter the fort gates. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, however, was a well-known woman, and her recent sorrow won for her every one's commiseration. In sending her the permit to enter the fort, a slip of yellow paper, rubber stamped, and with Colonel Hobin's signature scrawled at the foot, Parkson apologized for the roughness of the fare he would be able to offer her. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had been deftly angling for an invitation to the fort from the moment of her arrival. Upon the next afternoon she attired herself with special care, and when ready made the 11 miles journey to Heatherpoint in a hired car. She smiled graciously at the first sentry to halt her vehicle at the foot of the wide road leading to the fort gate. At the tall iron gates themselves, which clanked noisily open when her pass had been inspected by the guard, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth was conscious of a slight tremor. The sensation of being behind closed gates, for the gates clanked immediately shut upon her entrance, filled her with a sudden throb of fear. The abrupt movements, the expressionless faces of the guard also disturbed her. She had ventured a great deal in her work on behalf of the German Secret Service, but this was the first occasion where she had, as it were, stepped deliberately into the jaws of the lion. Her quick eyes took in all her surroundings. The cliff rose abruptly to her left. The muzzle of a 6-inch gun, peering out over the Solent, was visible 20 yards away upon her right. A sergeant, still holding her pass in his hand, looked at her inquiringly. "You wish to see Lieutenant Parkson?" "Yes, please." Her heart was still beating swiftly. She had not foreseen that the gates would be clanged ruthlessly shut behind her. The sergeant turned on his heel. "Will you come this way, madam?" He began to ascend steep ladder-like steps laid against the face of the cliff. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth followed the grim khaki-clad figure. "Please, not quite so fast," she entreated, and paused for breath. 300 feet below her, looking almost straight down, she could see the blue waters of the Solent shining in the sunlight. Tiny white-crested waves fell languidly into the little bay with its jutting pier that before the war had been thronged with holiday makers, but which was now empty and deserted. Beyond the pier, 3 miles away, on the mainland promontory, the tower of the Ponsonby Lighthouse gleamed beautiful and white. "What a lovely view, Sergeant!" "Yes, madam." "But in winter it must be very cold up here." "Yes, madam." He was standing 8 or 10 steps above her, eyeing a tangle of barbed wire which covered a green hill slope, with indifferent eyes. He did not approve of visitors to the fort, especially ladies. What did ladies want, climbing ladders and nosing about in places where they were not wanted? They were never allowed to see anything important. And as for the so-called view, they could get a better one at the Shakespeare monument a little farther along the downs. This was Sergeant Ewen's opinion as he conducted Lieutenant Parkson's visitor up the steep steps to the little well-hidden mess room at the cliff top, and even Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's unparalleled beauty and charm failed to win a smile from him. Parkson, who had been on duty until that minute, came running towards them as they entered the small asphalted courtyard. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, her eyes shining, her breath coming quickly with the exertion of the ascent, clasped his hand in hers. Parkson dismissed Ewins, and apologised briskly for not being able to receive her at the fort gates. "I was on duty till this minute. Our Colonel's a bit of a martinet." "Is he not popular?" asked Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, in the low, intimate, we are two alone in the world voice she knew so well how to use. Parkson opened his eyes wide. "Good Lord, yes. He's most awfully popular. He is just, you see, and the men always appreciate that." He led his visitor into the single-story building and along a passage toward the little mess room. Here Mrs. Beecher Monmouth seated herself in the only armchair, a cheap wicker article, and surveyed the room with smiling but intensely receptive eyes. In a flash she took in the bare boarded floor, the trestle table, the Colonel's cigar box on the mantelshelf, the Admiralty chart of the Solent which covered the end wall, and lastly the old piano, which was the worst treated instrument in the Isle of Wight. Parkson bustled about at the tea table, and Mrs. Beecher Monmouth presently turned her attention upon him. "Will any one come in and disturb us if I help you to make the table a little more presentable?" she asked. "I'm afraid they will," Parkson answered, "but I managed to choose a time when only one officer is likely to come in." "Is he old and grumpy, or young and nice looking like you?" Mrs. Beecher Monmouth looked at him with raillery in her fine eyes. She was helping herself to marmalade, and was making the best of the thickness of the bread and butter and the strong tea Parkson had poured out for her. "Oh, he's a dashed sight better looking than I am," admitted Parkson modestly. "His name is Sinclair, an old regular officer." "I am sure I shall not like him," said Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. It was fully a quarter of an hour before Sinclair made his appearance, and then the tea was nearly cold. He came in and was introduced to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. Looking at his lean, handsome face and audacious eyes, she could have sworn that she had seen him somewhere before. As a matter of fact, his appearance was vaguely familiar to her, because one of Sinclair's earlier duties that year had been to watch her at little dinner parties at the Savoy, Carlton, and Ritz hotels. "I think we have met before," probed Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, furrowing her brows and fixing her gaze on Sinclair's face. "I am afraid I have not had that pleasure," replied Sinclair, who could act the part of smiling fatuity to perfection. He was thinking how well she looked in her widow's weeds, and how extraordinary cheerful was her manner, considering the tragedy that had recently befallen her. Parkson and Mrs. Beecher Monmouth soon left the mess room, and immediately they were gone, Sinclair rose from the table, hurried to his room, and wrote a code telegram to Dacent Smith. "Mrs. Beecher Monmouth is here. What action shall I take?" 2 hours later his chief's answer came. "Take no action. Treves handling the matter." While Sinclair was writing his telegram, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had accompanied Parkson out into the asphalted yard. Only certain limited areas of the fort were open to friends of the officers. "I am afraid it is very feminine of me," exclaimed Mrs. Monmouth as they passed the bakehouse door, "but I should so love to peep inside." "By all means," responded Parkson, showing himself indulgent to feminine curiosity. She tripped across the yard and peered into the half darkness of the bakehouse. She was carrying out her instructions, which were to find out what had become of Sims, but even the astuteness of Dacent Smith himself at this moment would have failed to detect guile in the girlish innocence of her expression as she looked into the face of the red-haired Scotch baker who had succeeded Sims. She examined the great tray of newly baked loaves, uttered feminine exclamations of astonishment and admiration at all she saw, and finally smiled sweetly into the face of the dour Scotch corporal. "I suppose you have been here ages and ages, Mr. Lyle?" "No, madam, it's no more than a month since I came." Parkson, who had listened good-humouredly, awaited her at the door, and as they crossed the asphalt together, Mrs. Monmouth questioned him as to the baker who had preceded Lyle. She put her questions deftly, in a manner that would arouse no suspicion. "Oh, no, Sims isn't at the front." He looked at her for a moment with fleeting doubt in his gaze, and decided to say no more about Sims. But Mrs. Monmouth's keen eyes interpreted his expression of reserve. He knew something. She smiled inwardly. What he knew she too would know. "I am afraid we must stop here," Parkson suddenly said. "I am not allowed to take any one beyond this barbed wire." "Do you never allow visitors to go there?" "Never," answered Parkson emphatically. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth turned her resplendent countenance upon him. There was a vivid colour in her cheeks, the rich curve of her lips glowed scarlet. "How wonderful it all is! And I suppose," she went on, looking at him with what he and any other man would have believed to be admiration, "you are watching and waiting, all day and all night, waiting for the enemy?" "Something of the sort," answered Parkson wearily. "You never know. He may come any time." "Do you expect him?" They were at the top of the steps which led to the lower fort. The superb panorama of Alum Bay, the Ponsonby Lighthouse, and the English coast lay at their feet. "I can't say that we expect him any longer," answered Parkson naturally, "but we live in hope." "I suppose the fort is very strong?" "I expect it's capable of doing its bit," Parkson answered judicially. "I suppose you have made it much stronger in the last few months, since the Germans began to do badly on the Western Front." Parkson looked at her quickly, and she broke into a little musical laugh. "How silly I am!" she exclaimed. "I am talking just like a man. That comes of living with a Member of Parliament." This was the only reference she had made to her husband, but she made it in a tone which was intended to convey to Parkson that Mr. Beecher Monmouth was completely and irrevocably dead, and that being a young and vital woman, she, on her part, could not be expected to mourn his loss eternally. They descended the steps together, and in pretty timidity she laid her fingers upon his arm. In Parkson's short career of gallantry he had never felt so much a man of the world as at that moment. When the steep descent had been made, and they were upon the level of the lower fort, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth expressed much interest in the view that was to be obtained from that level. But Parkson shook his head and explained that no visitors whatever were admitted to the lower fort. Failing in that project, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth turned her eyes upon the tall barred gate which cut her off from the world outside. Parkson explained to her with a masterful smile that until he gave the word she was a prisoner in the fort. "You can test it if you like," he said. "All you have to do is to walk to the gate and try to get out." It was nearly 6 o'clock, and Parkson was due upon duty at 7. "Look here," he said, "I have just time to show you out of the fort the other way across the links. I'm afraid you'll have to go up the steps again." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, however, showed herself quite willing to make an ascent to the upper level. She was interested and delighted in everything she saw. At the top of the cliff, with the short green turf underfoot, old Lieutenant Commander Greaves met them and saluted, and went to his eyrie, his glass-covered lookout with its great swivel telescope. "What a delightful old naval officer!" "He is," returned Parkson, "and as keen as mustard." His companion put a few deft questions. It was as though she put out invisible tentacles, groping for matter that could be valuable. Before they reached the confines of the fort, Parkson led her to the cliff edge, to the exact spot wherefrom Manton had looked down upon Sims busy upon the sands. Far below them lay the quiet little bay. There was scarcely a ripple upon the blue sunlit water, and the waves rolled and fell languidly with a musical cadence. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth seated herself beside Parkson and admired the view. She was clever enough not to force the pace. He was already entangled in her meshes, but he was not yet completely helpless. Aforetime she had conquered and wrought the undoing of men far subtler than Parkson. "What a lovely, lovely bay, Mr. Parkson!" Parkson admitted the beauty of the bay. He told her that it was within the area of the fort, and that it was not accessible to the public, and that there was only one way of approaching it by a narrow path descending the chalk cliff. Then quite insidiously and with incredible dexterity she led him round to talk of Sims. Months later, when Parkson recalled that conversation, he was totally unable to account for the manner in which she had achieved a return to this subject. Sims, the lank, cadaverous, and bead-eyed Sims, who was really Steinbaum and a German spy, what had this man to do with the beauty and splendour of the sunlit evening? Why should his existence interest the tragically bereaved young widow, the society woman, who Parkson truly believed had fallen in love with himself? "Heart taken at the rebound," the young man quoted in fatuous gratification. He felt delighted to think that old Greaves had seen him in company of this lovely widow. He wanted the ancient naval officer to think him a dog, and when he and Mrs. Beecher Monmouth rose and passed between attentive sentries out of the fort into the downs, Parkson helped the lovely widow up certain steps, out through certain areas of barbed wire, by taking her arm in his. He wondered if old Greaves in his glass lookout was watching them. Old Greaves saw pretty much everything that went on in the upper fort. But on this occasion it was not Greaves but Captain Sinclair who watched him, watched every movement they made from Greaves' glass-encompassed tower. "What do you think of that friend of Parkson's, Commander?" asked Sinclair, as Parkson and his guest passed finally out of the fort. "She's the best-looking woman I've seen here since the war began," responded Greaves. "When I was a young man," he went on wickedly, drawing at his pipe, "I always went in for widows. There is always so much more to 'em." "In this case," Sinclair answered, "the widow seems to be bearing her sorrow pretty lightly." "Old husbands are soon forgotten by young wives," observed Greaves philosophically. "When I was in Minorca in the old Benbow in '72 or '73," he began, and told Sinclair with never-ending gusto one of his somewhat highly spiced stories of youthful adventures of his midship days. In the meantime, Parkson conducted Mrs. Beecher Monmouth down to her waiting motor car. They descended the steep hillside, and Parkson still helped her on every occasion. The hired Ford car had been turned in the narrow road. Parkson, with a glance at his watch, helped her into the vehicle, daringly stepped in beside her, and placed the dust cover over both their knees. "I can have 5 minutes' drive with you and get back by 7," he announced. "But I didn't invite you, Mr. Parkson." "Your eyes invited me," he returned audaciously, and under the dust cover he slid his fingers towards hers. There ensued a palpitating moment. Then Mrs. Beecher Monmouth turned her radiantly beautiful face slightly towards him. Under long, curved lashes she gave him a sidelong glance. Then, so that the chauffeur should not overhear, she whispered, framing the words with her lips, "You bad, bad, naughty officer." But she did not remove her hand, which was now enclosed in his. Parkson thought it a lucky chance that she had discarded her gloves. Parkson, in fact, was green enough to trust her absolutely. He was, indeed, the veriest babe in her hands. Her face was full towards him now. She was smiling, exhibiting her splendid teeth, and looking deep into his eyes. Her black hat and widow's weeds added only to the brilliancy of her complexion, to the scarlet richness of her fine lips. There was something in her gaze, in the warm intensity of her regard, its lingering softness, that utterly swept away Parkson's self-possession. He leaned toward her and dropped his voice. "If it wasn't for the sentries there on the hilltop," he murmured, "I'd kiss you now." "Bad boy," she said with her lips. She had a way of talking with her lips and uttering no sound that concentrated attention on her sensuous charms. Parkson's 5 minutes in the car seemed to him 5 minutes of heaven. He was completely and utterly enamoured, and as to the future seemed to blaze before him in radiant and glorious romance. He wondered how far he could go. He had never seen a woman like her. Beautiful, feminine, coy, loving. What a blind idiot, thought he, Beecher Monmouth must have been to shoot himself. "When shall we meet again?" he whispered, as he alighted from the car at the end of the fort road. "I'm afraid I shall have to meet you again soon, you naughty boy." She put out her supple white hand, adorned only with a wedding ring. Parkson seized her fingers and impressed a fervent kiss upon them. As the car swept away, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth turned and waved a little handkerchief in farewell. Chapter 27 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This recording is in the public domain. When Mrs. Monmouth reached the hotel in Newport, something over an hour after bidding Parkson farewell, Cecily awaited her in the little sitting room. "Are you ready, madam, to dress for dinner?" asked the maid. "Yes, Cecily, and I shall dine here to night." She went into the bedroom and Cecily disrobed her. During this ceremony the girl hesitated once or twice on the point of speaking, then refrained. "Well, what is it, Cecily? What is it you want to say?" "It is something important, madam, that has occurred." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth turned and opened her eyes in interrogation. "What, for instance?" she demanded. Cecily, who was at the wardrobe, took out her mistress's evening skirt. "To day, madam, when you were away, I made acquaintance of one of the men at Heatherpoint Fort." "Ah!" ejaculated Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, suddenly interested. "So soon? That was clever of you." "He told me, in regard to Sims, madam. He merely left the fort." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth nodded indifferently. She was disappointed. "Is that all you learned, Cecily?" "No, madam. I learned also that Lieutenant Treves, who was supposed by us to be staying with his father, was, however, at that time acting as one of the officers at Heatherpoint." This was the first Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had heard of John's presence at the fort. She was at first inclined to disbelieve it. Then, when Cecily proved circumstantially that the statement was true, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth felt inclined to dismiss the matter as of no moment. If Treves had been at Heatherpoint, he was there evidently with the knowledge of von Kuhne, and possibly was acting in von Kuhne's interests, and for her part she was not in the least inclined to doubt John. He was one of her admirers. A more resourceful and more attractive man than Parkson, and nevertheless equally a victim of her charms. She flattered herself she could do a great deal with Bernard Treves. As for his attempting to deceive her, that seemed out of the question. She pointed out to Cecily that Treves's stay at Heatherpoint Fort did not mean that the young man had betrayed the German Secret Service, which was rewarding him so handsomely. Cecily, however, had a further and more serious statement to make. "When I am suspicious, madam," she said, "I am thinking not so much of Mr. Treves's visit to the fort——" She was at Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's back now, hooking her dress, and a silence fell. "Well?" demanded her mistress shortly. "I am thinking, madam," went on Cecily, "of the night of Mr. Beecher Monmouth's death." She paused again, but her mistress made no remark, and Cecily went on. "On that night, madam, when I had folded away your things, I took a skirt into the housekeeper's room to brush. While I brushed it I talked with Mr. Duckett, the butler, who was also there. There was no ring at the front door bell, madam, and yet when I returned to your bedroom there was a light there." "You left it on before you went down, Cecily?" "No, madam, I turned it off. I was very surprised to see the light, as I knew you were out, madam, and I—" Mrs. Beecher Monmouth turned and scrutinised the maid's sallow face and bead like eyes. "You looked through the keyhole?" she said. "Yes, madam." "And saw my husband, who had come back unexpectedly?" "No, madam. I saw Mr. Treves. Mr. Beecher Monmouth had not come home then, and Mr. Treves, madam, was standing near your dressing table with a small box in his hands." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth flashed an intense glance upon her. "What sort of box?" "A black box, madam, the one you kept among your furs." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's hand suddenly leapt out and gripped Cecily's wrist. Her voice grew low, little more than a hissing whisper. "What are you saying, Cecily? What was Mr. Treves doing?" "I don't know, madam." Cecily twisted her arm, attempting to free it. "Please, madam, you are hurting my wrist." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth thrust forth her face. Her brilliant eyes had grown hard as agate. "Why did you never tell me this before?" "I thought, madam, you knew he was there." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth relaxed her grip. She stepped back a pace or two and threw up her head. "God in heaven, what a fool you are!" "It was natural I should think that," protested Cecily, recoiling a step or two. "Natural, you idiot! He came in with your key, madam." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth stared in utter amazement. "My key?" "Yes, madam. I saw him fling something under the table, and found afterwards it was your key. He must have taken it from your bag, madam, when he visited you in the afternoon." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth suddenly twisted on her heel and began to pace the room. The truth had smitten her like a blow. Wild thoughts surged through her brain. All these long months she had believed herself tricking and duping Bernard Treves. Her business in life was to trick, dupe and mould men to her own ends, to the ends of the Fatherland, to the imposition of its monstrous Kultur upon the world, and now this man, this handsome, drug sodden weakling, had outmanoeuvred her. She had spun a web for him, had toyed with him, expended her charm upon him, and all the time he had been secretly and darkly laughing in his sleeve. Instead of a friend and a tool, he had been an astute and daring enemy. Enemy! That was the word. An enemy of infinite danger to herself, to von Kuhne, to Cherriton, to Manwitz, to them all. An enemy to the Fatherland, an enemy to the great crushing blow that was about to fall upon these arrogant and high‐stomached English. Her concealed letters, that meant everything, that exposed everything, had been found, not by her husband, but by this cool and steel‐nerved, subtle‐witted enemy, this young man who now, from that evidence, could piece together all her life history. As this thought flashed into her mind, she saw her own immediate jeopardy. She lacked nothing of courage, and being a woman, it was not her own physical peril, nor the wrecking of von Kuhne's plan that struck her deep. It was not this, but her own vanity that was stricken. She had made many advances to Bernard Treves. She had given much. And as she thought of the past, a murderous and implacable hate blossomed in her mind against John. An instinct to seize something and rend it to shreds grappled her. She longed to slap Cecily, first on one side of her sallow face and then on the other. She would have liked to take Cecily's arm and twist it until the woman yelled with pain. But as these things were not permissible, she sat down and wrote a fiery and vitriolic letter to General von Kuhne. She cared nothing now for von Kuhne's authority. They were all in danger. This pleasant, amiable young Englishman had obviously acted against them from the very first. They believed him to be a drug taker and a discredited English officer with a grievance, and all the time he had been something utterly different. She wrote this news to von Kuhne and poured her contempt upon him. She knew these things would hit the chief of the German service between the eyes, and she revelled in the thought. And all the time her intense and passionate nature dwelt upon the thing that must befall Bernard Treves. How much information Treves had conveyed to his department she did not know, but this she knew, that von Kuhne and his myrmidons would effectually stop his mouth. The dark corps of espionage would add another death, another extinction to its secret crimes. When Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had finished the letter she closed it, addressed it to Godfrey Manners, Esquire, and handed it to Cecily. "You will take this to Mr. Manners now, and ask him to deliver it to Dr. Voules first thing to morrow. The doctor is in London to day, but he will return in the morning. Tell Mr. Manners that the letter is of the utmost importance." "Very good, madam." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth detained her a few minutes, questioning her as to Treves's visit on the night of Beecher Monmouth's death, then permitted her to go. When the maid had departed, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth stood before the little mirror on the hotel dressing table. "Tricked, duped, and fooled!" she murmured. Then, catching sight of the pearl and emerald pendant John had given her, she snatched it violently from her breast and hurled it into the hearth. It would have given her infinite pleasure at that moment to have murdered John by slow and excruciating torture. Her thoughts were still seething when the dejected hotel waiter knocked at her door and announced in plaintive tones that dinner awaited her. Chapter 28 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This recording is in the public domain. Next morning at 12 o'clock, Dr. Voules sat at the big oak table in his dining room at Brooke. He had arrived from London in the morning, and was busy consuming a heavy lunch. The brightness of the day before had vanished. A heavy driving rain was falling. From the single window of the apartment the doctor could obtain a view of drenched foliage in his garden, and, sharp to the left, as one stood at the window, a view of the sea, grey and restless beneath a leaden sky, was visible. The doctor ate stolidly, grinding his food in heavy, powerful jaws. The only other occupant of the room was Captain Cherriton, who lounged in a chair at the hearth and read a morning newspaper assiduously. Beside him on the floor lay 4 or 5 other morning news sheets. For many minutes, save the drive of the rain and the chink of Voules' knife and fork, no sound broke the stillness of the room. Then Voules turned his chair, took out a cigar, and lit it. "The barometer is falling, Rathenau," he said in his grating, imperious voice, quite another voice from that which he assumed as the bland Dr. Voules. "It is going down steadily, Excellenz," answered Cherriton. "Good," returned the elder man. "We must have unsettled weather for the 28th, Rathenau?" "It is much to be desired, Excellenz." The 28th. It was always the 28th with General von Kuhne. With machine-like precision his forceful mind returned again and again to that date, the date which was to mark the consummation of his work. The blow, the subtle, heavy blow at England's heart, the blow planned, schemed for, and ordered, the great destruction that had originated in his martial and ruthless mind. "Things go well, eh?" "Quite well, Excellenz," Cherriton answered promptly, for as yet he had not found courage to mention to the general his suspicion of Treves. He was not yet positive that Treves had betrayed them, and in the meantime he had resolved to say nothing. Rather would he wait and watch, seeking for tangible proof of duplicity on Treves' part. These thoughts were chasing through his mind when a knock came at the door, and Conrad entered to clear away the luncheon things. In his hand he carried a salver upon which lay a single letter, addressed to Dr. Voules and without a stamp. The doctor took up the letter. "Herr Manwitz brought it from Newport, Excellenz," said the servant in German. "Tell Herr Manwitz I will see him presently, and remain out of the room until I ring for you." General von Kuhne had recognized Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's handwriting. He began to read almost casually. Then suddenly his interest intensified, and as he read the lines of his heavy face grew hard, firm, and implacable. His colour rose, he eased his collar about his throat, and bit heavily upon his long cigar. Cherriton, noticing his agitation, noticing the blazing wrath that illuminated his face, watched him with anxious eyes. Suddenly von Kuhne sprang to his feet. "Stand up!" he bellowed, looking at the younger man with an expression of utter ferocity. "You blind, thick‐witted fool!" Captain Cherriton's pallid features were flushed, an angry light lit in his eyes. He opened his mouth and was about to speak, but von Kuhne swept the words out of his mouth with a savage gesture. "Speak no words to me, but read that letter." He thrust Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's closely written sheets into the younger man's hands. "Read that," he roared, "and see to what pass you have brought us." Cherriton began to read, and as he read the colour left his face. Von Kuhne hurried to the bell and jangled it savagely. Conrad precipitated himself into the room in a state of nervous agitation. He was used to authority, but he had never yet known a bell to ring with such violence. Dr. Voules's face turned towards him did nothing to dissipate his alarm. "Tell Herr Manwitz to come here this instant!" roared Voules. "Very good, Excellenz." He paused a moment, and then added, "Mr. Bernard Treves is here, Excellenz. Shall I also tell him to enter?" Dr. Voules drew in a deep breath. He turned slowly and looked into Cherriton's eyes. The stillness that ensued was intense and portentous. The glance that passed between Voules and Cherriton was one of infinite meaning. Voules's expression of ferocity moderated. He turned his eyes again to the intimidated Conrad standing in the doorway. "How long has Mr. Treves been here?" "A few minutes only, Herr Excellenz. He came in after Herr Manwitz." "Very good, Conrad. You will take particular care Mr. Treves does not leave the house, and you will in the meantime send Herr Manwitz to me." "Very good, Excellenz." "You understand my order in regard to Herr Treves?" "Yes, Excellenz. He is not to leave the house." General von Kuhne nodded and turned on his heel. As the door closed upon Conrad, his implacable eyes once more sought Cherriton. "The letter you hold," he began, making a stiff gesture towards Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's missive, which Cherriton was still studying, "the letter you hold in your hand convicts this man completely. His treachery to us, his espionage," he paused a moment, "may bring upon us the utmost disaster. In failing to discover his duplicity, you have shown yourself no less than a sheep‐headed fool." "Herr Excellenz," protested Baron von Rathenau, drawing himself up, a flush of colour animating his dull pallor. "I am your superior officer," countered von Kuhne. "It is fortunately my privilege to speak plain words to you. It is equally my privilege to command your obedience. You have failed in regard to this young man, Bernard Treves. From the first hour of his contact with Manwitz he has clearly tricked you both." "May I venture to remind you, Excellenz, that he tricked you also?" Von Kuhne lifted his fierce and truculent gaze. Cherriton was neither intimidated nor silenced. "He tricked you, Herr Excellenz, the day of his first visit here. You announced to me then that you were satisfied. You observed upon his wrists the puncture marks which proved him, as you said, Excellenz, to be addicted to the injection of drugs." Von Kuhne waved these objections aside. "I based my opinion upon his dossier provided for me by you and Manwitz. He began to pace the floor, with his hands behind his back, his head thrust forward in deep thought. "This affair, Rathenau," he said at length, "this discovery, grows more and more sinister. It is clear to any one not utterly a fool that every step of yours and Manwitz has been dogged for many weeks past. What this young man knows of our plans we shall never learn. What he has confided to his authorities we can only guess. One thing, however, is certain. Whether he knows much or little, his activities must cease." He paused and looked full into the younger man's face. "Do you gather my meaning?" Cherriton bowed. "I understand, Excellenz." Von Kuhne continued to pace the carpet. "I shall rely upon you for effective measures." At that moment a knock fell upon the door, and Conrad ushered Herr Manwitz into the room and closed the door upon him. The big fat man, with his swarthy, pouched cheeks, his bristling black moustache and iron grey hair, bowed deferentially to von Kuhne. "You desire to see me, Excellenz?" Von Kuhne walked to the table, took up Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's letter and handed it to him. "Read that," he said curtly. He spoke in German, and used the commanding tone of an exalted German officer speaking to a subordinate. Manwitz read the letter from end to end, and as he read the colour receded from his cheeks, his heart beat quickened in growing apprehension. As the import of the letter grew plain to him, his apprehension amounted almost to terror. The thought that Treves was a member of the English Secret Service filled him with infinite dread. He had never in his most suspicious moments conceived such a thing as possible. Treves, the neurotic, the weak‐minded drug taker! The man who had shown cowardice in the face of the enemy, and had narrowly escaped court‐martial! Was it possible that this good‐looking, feeble fool had been at one and the same time a steady‐nerved, watchful member of the English Intelligence Department? Even now, as he read Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's plain words, he could not credit them. Nevertheless, he was afraid, mortally afraid, for his own skin. The Tower of London and a firing squad had always loomed at the back of Manwitz's mind as a thing of infinite menace. The English were so peremptory in these matters. No talk, no fuss, merely a firing squad and oblivion. He possessed none of Cherriton's cold and brutal courage, and the thought that his own name was written in the tablets of the English Secret Service, the knowledge that his every movement may have been watched by a skilful English spy, sent a tremor through him that was visible both to von Kuhne and Cherriton. "You discovered this man," said von Kuhne, thrusting out his chin and fixing his cold gaze upon Manwitz. "That I admit," answered Manwitz, "but I am prepared to swear that he was indeed what I thought him to be. I took the utmost care, Excellenz, and it was long before I trusted him. His information, Excellenz, enabled us to sink the Polidor." "That is quite true, Excellenz," Cherriton said, suddenly puzzled. "And in regard to his habits," went on Manwitz, "I have seen him many times under the influence of drugs, with all the symptoms, Excellenz, which I was careful to study: dilation of the pupils, irritability, fear of imaginary enemies." Von Kuhne waved his hand, but Manwitz persisted. "Excellenz, he must have changed greatly, if he is indeed the man mentioned here." "You fool!" von Kuhne thrust at him. "Of course he is the same man. We are speaking of Treves and no other." "He must have changed, Excellenz," protested Manwitz. "Treves, as I knew him, would never have had the nerve to act against us. I impressed upon him, Excellenz, what the punishment for treachery would be, and he values his own skin above all things in the world." "Perhaps almost as much as you value yours," added von Kuhne, with a sneer of contempt. "I have to warn you, Manwitz, I shall expect you to act decisively and without reservation. The Fatherland requires that this man who has betrayed us shall expiate his treachery. Do you get my meaning?" "Yes, Excellenz." "You will understand," he said, looking from one to the other, that I am speaking officially and in my capacity as Director of Intelligence. You will obey me," his eyes turned towards Cherriton, "as though we were upon the sacred soil of the Fatherland." He was standing at the table, resting one hand on the cloth. He spoke as a judge pronouncing a sentence, and in the eyes of von Rathenau and Manwitz he was indeed this. They took orders from him as inferior officers receiving orders from a general of division. The removal of this man is an act of mere military justice. My orders are that you, Manwitz, and you, Baron von Rathenau, administer this just sentence." He was passing what amounted to sentence of death on Bernard Treves. In doing this he felt no qualm, no sensitive doubt whatever. If he had occupied an English town in his true character as a German general in command, he would have put to death 100 persons for not a tithe of the crime that John had committed against him. In sentencing John to death, in appointing Cherriton and Manwitz his executioners, he was carrying out what to him was a just, even a moderate law. He had been brought up to slaughter. He had been taught from boyhood to crush the Fatherland's enemies. To intimidate by frightfulness was the highest German ideal. He was a typical military German, that is, a typical cold-blooded murderer. He crossed to the bell now and jangled it again, this time not quite so sharply. "My orders," he said to Cherriton over his shoulder, "are to be carried out as expeditiously as possible. I leave the method in your hands." He turned his eyes upon Manwitz. "I shall expect you to cooperate in the work, Manwitz." At that moment Conrad presented himself in the doorway. "Tell Mr. Treves to come in," said von Kuhne. 2 minutes later John entered the room. His erect figure, his clear eye, instantly caught von Kuhne's attention. Every one of the German's suspicions was in that moment doubly confirmed. For a moment von Kuhne felt inclined to draw his pistol and shoot Manton down where he stood, but by a powerful effort he assumed his suave Dr. Voules manner. "Come in, Mr. Treves," he said. "We have seen very little of you of late." John came into the room and shook hands with Manwitz. He had not seen him for some time. Manwitz's hand was cold and flabby to the touch. John felt the atmosphere tense and electrical. He knew in some subtle way that Voules' smoothness of tone was a veneer to hide other and deeper feelings. The eyes of the three Germans seemed to watch him with unusual closeness. He instantly jumped to the conclusion that Cherriton had been conveying his suspicions to von Kuhne. The thought that Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's suspicions had been aroused was the last thing that would have entered his head. He stayed for some minutes, talking upon general topics. He had come in answer to a summons from von Kuhne, and was surprised that the German had given him no definite instructions. On behalf of Dacent Smith, John had already gathered a good deal of data about the approaching operations. He knew more than a little of the great blow Germany was preparing, and he felt a little puzzled that von Kuhne appeared to have upon this occasion nothing for him to do. "You must come again," said the German. "We will have a further talk." He glanced at Cherriton. Cherriton understood the meaning of the look. "Which way are you going, Treves?" "Oh, I shall cycle back to Freshwater," John answered. "I promised my father I'd stay a night with him." "That's exactly my way back," answered Cherriton. "It is my way also," added Manwitz, "but I'm afraid you'll have to leave me behind, as I have no cycle." The upshot was that a few minutes later, in a pause between two heavy downfalls of rain, John and Cherriton set out and cycled away together from Voules' residence. John and Cherriton cycled side by side. It was John's plan to spend the night with Treves's father. He was fond of the old soldier, and in deceiving him was merely carrying out his chosen part. He was playing a dangerous game in his country's interests, and the first man to applaud his actions would have been the fine old soldier whose own son had proved so utter a disappointment. Therefore John felt no compunction in the deception. He knew that infinite caution was required of him, and that the shrewd eyes of Captain Cherriton were always upon him. He knew that at any moment Voules, or Cherriton, or Mrs. Beecher Monmouth might stumble upon the knowledge of his true identity. In that case, not only would his utility to Dacent Smith come to an abrupt end, but his own chances of escape from his enemy's ruthlessness would be hardly worth contemplating. He was surprised to find that, as he and Cherriton rode side by side, the tall German talked more volubly and affably than usual. He seemed to have forgotten his suspicions of John; his peculiar attitude in Dr. Voules's room had vanished. He questioned John cheerfully as to his recent movements, and when John evaded his questions a little too obviously, he rallied his companion, suggesting that he was a gay dog, that he was neglecting his wife and bestowing his attentions elsewhere. John looked at him keenly upon the mention of Elaine's name, but he could read nothing on the German's pallid, heavy-boned face. Nevertheless, as he rode, and as they drew near to Freshwater, John became aware that his companion had been pumping him with a good deal of subtlety. He was trying to find out something. What that something was, John could not guess. They rode up a long hill together and came in sight of the sea. The view was magnificent, despite the lowering clouds and the rain, which had begun to fall again. Upon their right hand, sloping towards the sea and the white cliffs, lay a wide expanse of down, broken by small coppices and clumps of gorse. There was an old grey stone farmhouse, with farm buildings, in the distance, and in the middle of the down, near a clump of trees, were two single-storied labourers' cottages. Cherriton drew John's attention to these buildings. "I want you to come and have a look at that little place, Treves," he said in a casual tone. "What is its particular interest?" asked John. "It has a particular interest for me," Cherriton answered, "because I have rented it furnished for 6 months. It is a delightful little place, and just the sort of bachelor abode to suit me." He turned his light blue eyes and looked with what might have been called frankness into John's face. "I hope you'll give me the pleasure of being my guest there one of these days soon. Dr. Voules is lending me Conrad for servant, and I shall be able to make you fairly comfortable." "Thanks," said John. "I shall be pleased to come." "Why not come and have a look at it now?" continued Cherriton. "We can't ride across the heather, but there is a path, and we can push our bicycles." "Thanks all the same," said John, "but I'm afraid I cannot spare the time." "I can give you a very decent peg of whisky," said Cherriton quietly. John, playing the part of Bernard Treves, smiled. "I am afraid I must keep off the whisky, as I am going to see my father," he answered adroitly. After that Cherriton pressed him no more. Presently, however, he slackened his pace. "This is where I get off," he said. He dismounted, and John also alighted. "Why not come in until the rain is over?" "I don't mind the rain," said John. Cherriton turned and pushed his bicycle through the gap in the stone wall. He was still scheming with all his thoughts to get John into the secluded cottage. A new thought came to him. "By the way," he said, "has your friend Manwitz been able to give you any of the tablets you used to be so anxious about?" He paused a moment, looking John steadily in the eyes. "Or have you managed to break the habit?" John detected something in his tone which caused him to move warily. "I have had nothing from him for some time, and as for breaking that sort of habit, it isn't so easy. What made you ask that?" "Merely the fact," answered Cherriton cunningly, "that I think I can give you what you want." John had already detected that the other had a strong reason for getting him into the cottage, and though at first he had made up his mind to accept no invitation, he now saw that he was liable to fall into a trap. For if he declined to come to the cottage for the tablets, which were a mania with Treves, he would without doubt deepen Cherriton's suspicions. Therefore, acting the part of Treves, he broke into a laugh. "Well, if you put it like that," he said, "I suppose I must come." 5 minutes later he followed Cherriton through a gate in a low stone wall, crossed the patch of ground before the cottage, and entered the single storied building. The house was silent and deserted. John discovered that the place, formerly 2 workmen's cottages, had been knocked into one, and furnished for the purpose of letting. The room in which John stood was low, and a gate-legged table occupied the middle of the apartment. There was an old-fashioned fireplace, 3 or 4 chintz-covered chairs, and chintz curtains. From the window John could obtain a distant view of a grey sea and a leaden sky. "It's not over cheerful in here, is it?" said Cherriton. "I think we had better have a fire." He put a match to the fire, then took whisky and glasses from the cupboard. "One peg won't hurt you," he remarked, pouring out a drink for John. "While you are drinking I'll look for the tablets." He stayed in the room for some minutes after that. John noticed that he poured himself a stiff dose of whisky, and drank it down with only a moderate addition of water. He gave John the impression of a man who is strung up to a high pitch of tension. He was restless and walked the floor, explaining to John that he intended to spend the rest of the summer and the autumn there. "I have a good deal of riding to do," he said, "and Dr. Voules wants me to be near him. It is not a bad little place, is it?" "Not at all," said John. Cherriton went out of the room into a bedroom with 2 windows, one of which looked over a deserted-looking yard with a covered well at the further end. He stood at the window, gazing out into this yard with puckered brows, for several minutes. Then he began to open and shut drawers in the dressing-table, making a considerable noise. He came into the sitting-room a few minutes later and apologized to John, saying that he must have made a mistake about the tablets. "I can find no sign of them," he said, "but you must come again, and I promise to have some for you." John, who had been watching him closely, suddenly rose from his chair and confronted him. "Look here, Cherriton," he demanded, "what's your game?" Cherriton's face took on a stony expression. "What game?" he demanded. "Why are you so deucedly restless?" Cherriton broke into a laugh. "It's your imagination. I'm not in the least restless. I am only worried that I have dragged you here for nothing. Have another whisky?" "No, thanks," said John, this time firmly. "I must be pushing along." He happened to be looking into Cherriton's face as he said this, and something took place on the other's face that startled him. A flame of something like ferocity lit up in the German's eyes, then instantly vanished. After that, however, he made no further attempt to detain John. He came to the end of the little cottage garden as John went away, and watched him as he mounted his bicycle and rode away towards Freshwater. Then he returned to the cottage, closed the door behind him, and, dropping into a chair, took out Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's letter and read it carefully from end to end. He was still in his chair at the hearth half an hour later when Manwitz knocked at the door and came in. "Come in, Manwitz, come in," said Cherriton, rising. Manwitz had halted at the doorway and was slowly drawing off his mackintosh. There was a mute expression in his eyes. Cherriton, reading his expression, pointed to a chair at the opposite side of the hearth. "Sit down, Manwitz. Nothing has happened yet. Our friend is spending the night with his father, but he has arranged to come over here to see me to morrow." Manwitz took a handkerchief from his inner pocket and mopped his brow. "It is terrible, Herr Baron. His Excellenz affirms that he has been watching us from the beginning, but in that case how can he explain the sinking of the Polidor?" "The time for explanations has gone, Manwitz. Treves's discoveries, whatever they are, must not be permitted to check the great work his Excellenz has put his hand to." For some minutes after that there was silence between the 2 men. Then Manwitz spoke, easing his collar about his fat throat. "His Excellenz impressed upon me, Herr Baron, the business of Mr. Treves is of the utmost urgency." "That is understood," Cherriton answered grimly. "But his Excellenz has no wish that I should play the fool and expose myself to unnecessary danger. His Excellenz can rely entirely upon my discretion and our united capacity to carry out his command, eh, Manwitz?" Manwitz smiled and nodded, but entirely without enjoyment. Cherriton's coolness in face of the terrible duty that lay before them filled him with both terror and envy. Chapter 29 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a Novel of the Secret Service. At 6 o'clock that same evening Colonel Treves issued from the front door of his fine Tudor residence at Freshwater and made his way down the drive. The weather had cleared, there was a golden light in the west, and the Colonel, wearing a tweed suit, walked briskly towards the lodge keeper's cottage. He told himself that he had come there entirely upon business, merely to give the man certain personal orders. The truth of the matter was, however, that he could no longer stay in the house. He was expecting his son. He was looking forward to meeting his boy Bernard with a keener and happier interest than he had felt for many years. During recent months all his old love for his only offspring had returned. He was an old man, and the son who for many years had disappointed him had now grown to be a real Treves and a man of honour. A smile flitted across his fine, kindly face. He believed that he had at last discovered the reason of Bernard's altered behaviour. The boy who had been tragically cashiered from the army, who had, indeed, been almost proved guilty of cowardice in the face of the enemy, had righted himself, and not only had he won the confidence of his superiors, but he had been entrusted with delicate and difficult duties. When Colonel Treves reached the lodge keeper's single-storied abode, he held the man in conversation for some minutes, but his eyes turned incessantly towards the sloping road that led past his gate. When at last he saw a khaki-clad figure on a bicycle, he turned to his elderly employee. "Adams," he said, "is that Mr. Bernard coming along?" "Yes, sir," answered the man, after a minute or two's scrutiny. When John reached the drive, the Colonel was at the gate to meet him. "Well, Bernard, boy, so there you are!" he exclaimed, gripping the young man's hand. "I just happened to be doing a little business here with Adams, and caught sight of you. Come in, boy, come in. How do you think Mr. Bernard's looking, Adams?" he said, turning to the old servant. "He's looking fine, sir," answered the man. "I've seldom seen him looking so well." "Leave your bicycle with Adams," said the Colonel. "You can take me up to the house. I am not quite so brisk as I used to be." And he slipped his arm through John's and went up the drive, talking happily and cheerfully as he went. John had always felt drawn towards him. It was impossible for him not to feel admiration and pity for this splendid old fellow. He experienced a sense of pleasure that his visit could give the old man such genuine delight. "Now, Bernard, boy," said the Colonel, "I have a word to say to you before we go in the house. I have a surprise waiting for you there, but before we go in I want to ask you one thing." "What is it?" asked John quietly. "It's this, Bernard, boy. You haven't been trusting me. You haven't relied upon me as a son should rely on his father." "In what way, sir?" "You'll find that out, Bernard, boy, when we get indoors," said the Colonel enigmatically. John questioned him closely, but he could learn nothing, and presently Gates, the old butler, drew open the door, greeted John with a smile, and took his hat and gloves. "Your suit case arrived this morning, sir," he informed John. "I have taken it to your room." "It's the south room, Bernard, boy," intervened the Colonel. "It's the first time you've had the honour of sleeping in the room that used to be your mother's. But this is a special reunion, Bernard. I had to do something to mark the occasion." He took John's arm again, and together they ascended to the library, the room in which John had first made his acquaintance. There was something on the Colonel's mind which gave him pleasure and filled him with an air of humorous mystery. "When you've seen who's in the library, Bernard," he said, as they drew near the green baize covered door, "you'll understand what I mean about trusting me better in the future." He drew open the door. "Come in, Bernard, boy, come in." John followed him into the big, handsome apartment, with its mullioned windows and its fine view of the sea. There was some one standing by the hearth with back to the fireplace, and John suddenly caught his breath and stood still. Elaine Treves was there, smiling at him, and as he entered the room she came forward, holding out both hands in greeting. "Bernard!" she exclaimed, a light of happiness radiating her gentle beauty. "You didn't expect to find me here, did you?" John's surprise was complete. Thoughts of Elaine had been with him during the greater part of his ride, but he remembered Treves's secret in regard to his wife, the fact that he had always kept his marriage from his father's knowledge. He was therefore astonished to find Elaine installed under her father-in-law's roof. She looked very much at home, and John wondered consumedly how she had managed to come there. He also foresaw new difficulties for himself. Nevertheless, he was delighted to see her. Her freshness, her beauty, her winning confidence in himself, all tended to please him. It took him very few minutes to observe that her presence brightened Colonel Treves's home amazingly. It was obvious to John that she had already won her way into the old fellow's heart, and as Elaine reached up and shyly kissed him, the Colonel smiled upon them both with an air of infinite benevolence. "Now," exclaimed Colonel Treves, rallying John half an hour later, when Elaine had gone to dress for dinner, "now do you see why I asked you to trust me?" "I think I do," said John, somewhat awkwardly. "Here, you young rascal, you go and marry a charming girl who would bring credit and honour to my family, and you hide her away from me, pretending all the time that I am the strict and cruel father. That shows how greatly you misunderstood me, Bernard, boy. Why, if I had chosen a wife for you myself, I couldn't have made as good a choice as you made in marrying Elaine. She's been here 3 days, Bernard, and already I feel towards her as to my own daughter. I always feared you would make a fool of yourself in marrying." He paused and looked at John with his dim eyes. "Sometimes, Bernard, boy," he said with a touch of wistfulness in his tone, "I cannot understand the change that has come over you, the improvement. But it's the good blood coming out, eh? The Treves blood. I always hold that blood tells, and in your case my conviction has been proved more than right. Now, Bernard, how long can you stay with me this time?" "Only to night, sir, I am sorry to say." "Come, come," protested the old Colonel. "I'd expected a week at least." As he spoke the door opened, and Elaine entered the room, dressed for dinner. For the first time John saw her in evening apparel. Her dress was of an inexpensive pale yellow material, muslin or silk, John did not know which, and did not care. Her dark hair was beautifully coiffured, her cheeks glowed with colour, and there was a light of happiness in her eyes. Colonel Treves glanced at the clock on his desk. "Why, it's nearly 7!" he exclaimed. "I had no idea it was so late. I must run away and change. You'll want to get out of those puttees, Bernard," he said, glancing at John. "Thank you," said John. "I am in the south room, sir?" The Colonel nodded, and John, wondering exactly where the south room might be, went out of the library. He walked along the corridor and chanced upon a housemaid. "Which is my room, please?" he said. The housemaid preceded him along the passage and opened a door, switched on the electric light. John thanked her and found himself in an imposing bedroom, beautifully furnished in the French style. His suit case had been unstrapped and was upon a stand at the foot of the bed. Laid neatly out upon the bed itself were his clothes for the evening. A fine apartment, thought John, and at that moment a knock fell upon the door. "Come in," he called. The door opened quietly and Elaine stepped into the room. She advanced across the room in the most natural manner in the world. There was a light in her fine grey eyes, and she was visibly and quite frankly delighted to be alone with John. John, for his part, saw in a flash the awkwardness of the position chance had imposed upon him. In his sudden surprise in finding Elaine under Colonel Treves's roof, he had overlooked a tête-à-tête of this kind. He had indeed hardly had time to think of the matter at all. "Bernard, are you really pleased to see me?" "Delighted," John answered, wondering what other word he could use, for, as a matter of fact, he was delighted, and appalled at the same time. He felt that the situation involving him would require the utmost finesse if he meant to escape satisfactorily. His own nerves were strung up to a high pitch of tension, and it came as a surprise to him that Elaine should act as though their presence together in that stately sleeping apartment was the most natural event in the world. "Do you like my dress, Bernard?" She came towards the glittering dressing table and turned slowly for his inspection. Her attitude, her confidence were exquisitely attractive to John. Her wifely anxiety to win her husband's approval was the prettiest thing he had ever seen. And once again the splendid, rich duskiness of her hair, the gentle glow of her cheeks, the fine contours of her well-turned lips, and the fairness of her skin won his admiration. But it was not this. It was in no sense her radiant and girlish beauty that had evoked John's feelings. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth possessed beauty, but she lacked utterly the frankness and generous natural trust, the appealing femininity, in fact, which is always potent in the winning of a man's love. For it was love, and love only, that John felt for this girl, who was Bernard Treves's wife, who was nothing to him and could never be anything. To ease the situation, he told her lightly that her dress suited her to perfection. "You said when we first met, Bernard, that this primrose colour suited me best, so I put it on to night." "Only to please me?" asked John. Elaine nodded. "Of course I like to please your father, too, Bernard," she went on. "I think he is wonderful. Just the beau ideal of a fine, upright soldier. I cannot understand how you could ever have doubted his generosity." "I didn't doubt him," John answered. "I only misunderstood him and acted like a fool." "But in regard to our marriage, if you had told him months ago, I am sure he would have been just as pleased as he is now. Why didn't you, Bernard?" "Oh, I don't know," John answered. "But I am sure he would have been pleased if I had been sensible enough to trust him." Elaine seated herself upon an ottoman, an old‐fashioned circular piece of furniture which decorated the middle of the apartment. For a minute she let her eyes wander over the refined luxury of the room, then said quietly and thoughtfully, "So this used to be your mother's room, Bernard?" John drew in his breath slowly. "Yes," he answered, and as he spoke he felt suddenly and acutely the falsity of his position. He was upon dangerous ground, and he felt again intense dislike at having to deceive this woman who was everything in the world to him. "I think it was so dear of your father," resumed Elaine thoughtfully, "to let us have this room." John cast a swift look in her direction. "He could not have paid us a greater compliment," Elaine went on. She was entirely absorbed in her thoughts. To her it was the most natural thing in life that the Colonel should honour his son and his son's wife by allotting to them this fine apartment. In doing so he was tacitly informing the young couple that Elaine in her turn was to be the lady of the house. But so far as John was concerned, Elaine's quiet acceptance of himself and of this fact filled him with consternation. He felt himself enmeshed and hopelessly bewildered. This was not his room only, but Elaine's. It had not entered his mind to look into the wardrobe. He had not even noticed the pair of ladies' gloves which lay upon the dressing‐table. But now, as he turned away, so that Elaine might not read his glance, his eyes fell upon her gloves for the first time. A moment of acute crisis had arisen. Nevertheless, he still fenced, seeking a way out of the situation. "I cannot understand," he said, "how you managed to get into touch with my father, after all." Elaine laughed brightly. "I have been wondering when you would ask that, Bernard. It was all owing to the old butler, Mr. Gates. He came to 65 Bowles Avenue. It seems that you gave that address once at the Savoy Hotel, in case Mr. Dacent Smith sent for you suddenly. Gates went to the Savoy to find you, to give you a message from your father, and the Savoy people gave him my address. I answered the door to Gates myself, and in the course of his inquiries about you, I told him who I was. He had never heard of me before, and was very much surprised. Naturally, when he came back here, he told your father." "I see," said John. "And my father invited you here?" Elaine nodded. "Not only invited me, but he has been absolutely charming to me." "I don't see anything very extraordinary in that," returned John. "Oh, I might have been the most horrid sort of creature. He knew nothing whatever about me." "He only needed to look at you," John answered, "to see that I had made an ideal marriage." "I have made him tell me everything about your boyhood, Bernard." John winced. He had no wish to discuss a boyhood that was naturally a blank to him. "I believe I know more about your schoolboy days than you do yourself," smiled Elaine. "I shouldn't wonder," said John with a smile. Despite himself, against caution and his better judgment, he was beginning to enjoy the scene. He was still at the dressing table, and in the depths of the mirror he could see behind him Elaine's reflection, a delicate and beautiful picture, seated on the ottoman behind him, looking at him with admiring and loving eyes, believing in him and trusting him. "Bernard!" Her tone was low and intimate. "Yes." "Come and sit beside me." "Oh, I don't know whether I can," said John. "I've got a letter to write." He was quick at inventing excuses. "You can't care much for me, Bernard, if you bother to write a letter after not seeing me for so long." She rose and came towards him. He felt foolish and awkward when she took his hand in hers, led him to the ottoman and seated him beside her. "Tell me what you have been doing all these long days." "Oh, all sorts of things," John answered. "Did you ever think of me?" "Often," John answered truthfully. "Have you been loving me? Look into my eyes and say it, Bernard." John turned his face towards her. He saw love in her eyes, love that was offered to himself alone. And as he sustained the radiant tenderness of her gaze, a wild impulse came to him to cast discretion to the winds. He hovered on the verge of telling her frankly and bluntly that he was not her husband. Nevertheless, he longed to tell her that she was the one woman in all the world for him, that she had won his deepest love, and that he was prepared to break down all barriers, to risk everything if— Then suddenly he caught himself up. His lips were sealed. As an honourable man, even if he admitted his true identity, he must not utter his love. "Why are you looking at me so strangely, Bernard?" There was a puzzled and anxious light in her eyes. "Was I?" "You suddenly drew your brows together and looked at me so furiously that I thought I must have offended you." "You could never offend me." "I don't think you love me after all." She was holding his hand in hers, looking wistfully up into his face. "Do you?" John slid his fingers away from her touch and rose. He began to pace the floor uneasily. As always, he was seeking a way out, racking his brains for a solution. But there was only one method of escape, and that lay in sudden and ignominious flight. "Look here, Elaine," he said suddenly and brutally, "it has occurred to me that I ought to go away again to‐night, immediately after dinner." She rose and looked at him with startled eyes. John went on clumsily: "Something important has turned up." "Oh, but, Bernard, that would be too cruel. I have hardly seen you." She came to him quickly and laid her hands on his shoulders. There was entreaty in her fine eyes, upraised to his. "You'll stay just to‐night?" she implored wistfully. "Just for my sake?" John put her away from him almost roughly. His voice was hoarse and low. "It's impossible, Elaine." She stood for a moment regarding him with steady gaze. A long, tense silence lay between them. Then she spoke quietly and with a dignity that somehow wrung John's heart. "Then all your protestations of love for me mean nothing at all." "They mean everything," said John in the same low tone. "And yet you repulse me as if you hated me." "I don't mean to act cruelly." "If you had any regard for me at all, you'd stay. It isn't the first time, Bernard, that you've humiliated me." John looked into her face that had grown suddenly tragic. He saw in a moment how completely justified she was in her attitude. He had protested his love for her only a few minutes earlier, and had then snatched at something that must have seemed to her the thinnest of excuses for hurrying away, for leaving her. "If you loved me really, Bernard, you'd stay." Her voice was very low. "However, I have suffered the humiliation of your refusal. I shall not make the same mistake again." She turned and walked slowly towards the door. John saw that she could scarcely restrain her tears. Her head was uplifted. She was superb in her dignity. For the life of him John could not refrain from striding a few paces towards her. "Elaine," he implored in a voice that rang with emotion, "don't misjudge me. And as for humiliating you, I'll do anything in the world rather than do that. Look here, Elaine, you think I don't love you." She turned quietly and looked at him. "I have every proof of it. In London you refused to stay with me. It is the same here. Your words say one thing, your actions another." "You will be able to make some excuse to your father for not occupying the same room with me." In that moment, with her face pale, her head erect, a strange light in her eyes, she was more than ever beautiful. In John's eyes she was the fairest and finest looking woman that ever breathed. Something made him put out his hand and grip her fingers. "Elaine!" She strove with surprising strength to release herself. "No, Bernard, don't." Then John's elaborate and well-sustained defences fell. He forgot everything in a sudden and wild rush of passion. "I don't love you, Elaine?" he cried. "You never loved me," she began. And in that moment John's arms swept about her. He forgot everything. The world faded. He and the fairest of women, the woman of his love, were together, and he was kissing her as he had never kissed any woman. Elaine's weak protests faded. Astonishment swept over her and gave place to a wonderful and radiant happiness. "My God!" breathed John, "if you only knew how much I loved you!" "Bernard, Bernard, Bernard!" she whispered. Then, to her infinite astonishment, John wrenched himself free. He put his hands to his brows and fell back several paces, like a man who has received a stunning blow between the eyes. "Elaine," he said, with clenched fists, his face suddenly pale, his eyes wild, "forget that I held you in my arms. Forget what I said. Forget everything." His voice rose almost to a shout. A moment later he had rushed out of the room and had drawn the door behind him. Chapter 29 Chapter 30 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Almost as John closed the door of the south room, Gates began to strike, in rising and rhythmic cadences, the great dinner gong that stood in the hall. The elderly butler turned as John halted at his side. "Is that the dressing bell, Gates?" he asked. "No, Mr. Bernard, the dressing bell went at the usual time, sir." John looked at him in surprise. He had heard nothing. During that scene in the room upstairs, when he had lost possession of himself, the sound of the bell had passed unheard. John felt no wonder at that. Even now his thoughts whirled through his brain. His temperament was naturally cool, equable, and determined. Never in his life could he recollect having completely forgotten himself, as he had forgotten himself with Elaine a few minutes earlier. The power of love, indeed, had reduced him to the common standard. His nerve, his self-possession, his swift power of decision, all the gifts, in fact, that commended him to Dacent Smith, had deserted him in a flash. For a brief moment, for a space of a moment, he had forgotten everything save the fact that he loved a woman. He stood now thinking of these things, and was amazed at the blind passion that had seized him. He began to condemn himself bitterly and savagely. His deception of Elaine stood before him as a monstrous thing. The thought that he occupied another man's shoes, and had thus led her to pour out a love which she would have otherwise concealed, struck him as a criminal proceeding upon his part. He was obliged to confess to himself that he had dallied with the situation, that he had not acted firmly enough. On the other hand, a small voice whispered this, his deception of Elaine was not his fault. He had not wittingly deceived her. He had, indeed, acted all through as an honourable man. This last thought gave him a certain amount of comfort as he crossed the great hall and entered the drawing-room. Colonel Treves was the sole occupant of the room, and was standing with his back to the white marble fireplace, his hand resting on the stick he used as support. John noticed that in evening clothes the old man looked more imposing and distinguished than ever. The Colonel drew out his watch. "Where's Elaine?" John explained that he had left Elaine upstairs a few moments ago, and presently Elaine, a little pale, came into the drawing-room. No glance passed between her and John. With a courtly air Colonel Treves advanced towards her and crooked his elbow. "May I have the honour?" he said. Elaine slipped her arm into his. In her pale primrose dress, with her well-coiffured dark hair emphasizing the whiteness of her neck, she looked scarcely more than a child. John noticed with admiration that her head was held erect. She smiled and talked graciously to the Colonel as he led her into the dining-room and placed her upon his right hand. For John there was no smile. Just as the south room and the drawing-room were strange to John, so also was the dining-room. He seated himself opposite Elaine at the head of a long, gleaming white table. Gates moved from place to place, softly and noiselessly. Colonel Treves, who was happier than he had been for years, made a perfect host. His happiness intensified John's own loneliness. A sensation of being a pariah came upon him. He felt that he would have given 10 years of his life to be actually sitting there in the flesh as the real son of the fine old man who headed the table. As to Elaine and his relations with Elaine, he dared not let his mind dwell upon that subject. He was attempting to indicate by his attitude his complete contrition for what had occurred. He tried to catch Elaine's eye. She looked at him, but there was something enigmatical in her expression that he was unable to understand. Her good breeding was such that to the outward eye, to the Colonel's eye in fact, their relationship was exactly as it had been before, and yet John knew that a barrier had risen between them. Elaine maintained her air of stately reserve during the rest of the evening, and at 10 o'clock, when she rose to go to her room, the Colonel politely conducted her to the door. As he closed it upon her, he turned and looked towards John. "You are a lucky man, Bernard!" he exclaimed. He came slowly across the room, using his stick, as was his general habit. "I hope some day, my boy," he said, "when this place is yours, Elaine will reign here as graciously and be as well beloved as your dear mother was." "I am sure she will, sir," answered John quietly. The old man slid his arm through his. "You shall take me up to the library. We can smoke there and make ourselves comfortable." In the library that night John heard much of Colonel Treves's past history, much of the family history, of the man whose identity he was wearing, and the more he heard of Bernard Treves, the more he realized what a complete and utter waster that young man was. Often of late he had thought of Treves in the nursing home, and wondered what were the conditions of his detention there. Dacent Smith was always reticent upon that point. The sinking of the Polidor through the agency of Treves had been a black and irredeemable crime. A time was bound to come when the young man must answer for that piece of black treachery against his country. Looking at the matter in the most charitable light, John regarded Treves, as evidently Dacent Smith regarded him, that is, as a feeble, will-less creature, whose reason had been unseated, at any rate temporarily, by the drugs which were a mania with him. The fact that Manwitz and Cherriton had plied him with these drugs showed only the bold unscrupulousness of the German methods. The German Intelligence Department had used Bernard Treves, and had moulded him to its purpose as though he had been of wax; and had not Dacent Smith brilliantly substituted John for Treves, untold disasters would have ensued. "Bernard!" The Colonel's voice startled John out of his thought. "Bernard, I have seen Gosport lately." John wondered who Gosport might be. "Yes," went on the Colonel, "I was hasty with you, but I have made everything right. I have made up my mind to leave everything to you after all. What do you say to that?" "It is very generous of you, sir," John answered. He knew that it was utterly impossible that a penny of the Colonel's possessions would ever be his. "No, no, it is only right," responded the Colonel. "You have married well, you have rehabilitated yourself in every way, and I find you more what a Treves should be every time we meet." He suddenly gripped John's hand in his. "You have given me great happiness, Bernard, and one of the reasons I made haste to change my will is that the doctor has given me rather a bad report of myself. I don't think you'll have to put up with me for very long, Bernard." "Don't say that, sir," answered John, quickly and impulsively. "I fear it is the truth," said the Colonel, "but I can face the next world with a far better grace than I could have done a year ago." He was thinking of the fine old house and the properties which a year ago might have fallen into the hands of a worthless son. Now, as by a miracle, that son had become a man of honour, and a Treves. The two things were synonymous in the Colonel's eyes, and the future, whatever it might be, however soon darkness might come, held for him no terrors. It was after 11 that night when the Colonel went to his room. "I'll sit up and write a few letters at your desk if I may, father," said John, after escorting the elder man to the door of his bedroom. He went back to the library, shut himself in, and dropped into a chair at the hearth. What Elaine was doing, what were her thoughts, he could not guess. He wondered if she was waiting for him, expecting him to come and ask for forgiveness. Perhaps some time in the dim future, when the whole truth was told, she might forgive. But for the present he knew that nothing he could do would right him in her eyes. He sat in the arm-chair, dozing and thinking until dawn came. When the breakfast gong rang next morning, Elaine descended and found the Colonel alone at the table. The old man looked disturbed, but in no way depressed. "You will have to content yourself with me, Elaine," he said, "now that Bernard has deserted us again. He left me a note saying that important business has arisen and ran away before I was down. But of course," added the old man as an afterthought, "you know all about it." Elaine inclined her head and said nothing. Colonel Treves put out his hand and laid it on her slender fingers. "When the war is over, you and my boy Bernard will live here together and be as happy as crickets." "It is very, very dear of you to say so, father." Sudden tears glistened in her eyes. She clasped the Colonel's old, frail fingers in hers. In that moment it seemed to her that he was the only friend she possessed in the world. So far as John was concerned, Elaine dared not let herself think. The strange scene in the south room had burnt itself into her brain. John's tremendous anxiety to get away from her, together with the undoubted fact that he loved her, was bewildering beyond solution. The thought that her husband had reverted to the drug habit had long been discarded. None of the symptoms that had marked him in the early days of their marriage were present. He was as another man in her eyes. She loved him, and she was afraid, and she was bewildered. Every post that came found her anxiously awaiting a letter from John. But none came. 2 eventless days passed, but upon the evening of the second day after John's departure, a dramatic mischance that had been impending, that had indeed been inevitable from the beginning, occurred. Elaine had made her way alone into the grounds. Her mood was one that called for solitude, and in the quiet of the long, fir-treed avenue, the drive which led from the mansion to the road, she found the seclusion she needed. The evening was clear, and through tree stems the ocean, glassily blue and empty of shipping, spread to the far horizon. The scene was calm, reposeful, everything, in fact, a troubled spirit could require. Presently, however, the entrance gate at the end of the drive was pushed open. A young man in a green felt hat and wearing stiff Sunday clothes came into the drive and walked slowly forward. Elaine, as the stranger drew near, noticed that he was a youth, little more than 20, wearing a service-rendered badge. The young man wore his green hat slightly on one side. His complexion was fresh, his cheeks ruddy, and his general expression one of amiable stupidity. Elaine glanced at him and was about to pass, thinking he carried a message to the house, when the visitor halted in his walk and sheepishly lifted his hat. As he halted he drew from his pocket a crumpled, rather grimy-looking envelope. "Is this Colonel Treves's house, miss?" "Yes," said Elaine. "I've got a letter for there, miss," went on the young man. "It's addressed to Mrs. Treves." "There is no Mrs. Treves," Elaine answered, then, quickly remembering, she smiled the gracious smile that was always so attractive to John. "I'm Mrs. Bernard Treves." The young man handed her the letter, and instantly Elaine's casual air vanished, for the address was in her husband's handwriting and had been scrawled hurriedly in pencil. She tore open the envelope and read the single sheet of note paper within. "Dear Elaine," ran the note, "I want you to give the bearer of this 10 shillings. Then, if you can, and as soon as you can, you must raise £10 and let him bring it here to me. General Whiston and a person called Dacent Smith have been keeping me prisoner here. The suggestion is that I am non compos mentis. I don't know whether my father's in it or not, so on no account mention this letter to him. Whatever you do, don't fail me. I have been suffering the tortures of the damned here. The young man who brings this can get to me, and there is a nurse here who can help me to get away if I can get hold of £10. Remember this, Elaine. You are my wife, and I hope you aren't siding with my father against me. I can't stand the torture of being here any longer. So I look to you to act quickly. You can act quickly enough when you want to. I am nearly off my head with being deprived of the medicine I used to take. The bearer of this would get into trouble if found out, so don't forget to treat him well. Your affectionate husband, Bernard Treves." As Elaine slowly read this letter for a second time, the colour fled from her cheeks. Her heart beat quickened almost to suffocation. She could make nothing of it. Her eyes travelled to the head of the missive and read, "St. Neot's Nursing Home, Ambleside Road, Ryde." St. Neot's Nursing Home? St. Neot's Nursing Home? Under her breath she uttered the words in a dazed, stupefied fashion. It seemed impossible that her husband, who had been with her only 48 hours before, could be incarcerated there. Then the strangeness of the letter. She read it again, shrinking instinctively from its tone. Here was her husband as she had known him from the beginning, querulous and domineering. For a minute she wondered if there had been some extraordinary and unexplainable mistake, but she knew his handwriting. Nevertheless, with a great effort to steady herself, she looked into the face of the messenger. "If you will come to the house," she said, "I shall be pleased to give you something for being so kind as to bring this to me." "Thank you, miss." "Are you one of the servants at St. Neot's Home?" "No, miss. I work for the dairy that supplies 'em." Again Elaine glanced at the crumpled letter in her fingers. There was no possibility of forgery. And yet how came it that Dacent Smith should wish to detain her husband? She recalled that the brilliant chief of the Secret Service had had nothing but praise for Bernard. Again she looked quickly into the young man's face. "Have you seen Mr. Treves lately?" "I saw him this morning, miss." It seemed ridiculous to put the question, to dally still with the idea of forgery. Nevertheless she put it. "Could you describe Mr. Treves to me?" "Yes, miss. He's a good looking gentleman. Tall, dark hair——" "Thank you," said Elaine, interrupting him, and her last doubt vanished. Something had happened to Bernard since yesterday morning, since his departure from the house without saying good bye to her. He had evidently been seized and incarcerated in the nursing home against his will. Yet even now, as she strove to accept the fact, her instinct rebelled against it. The thing seemed so motiveless, so utterly outside the natural order of events, and Bernard must have been seized almost immediately after he left his father's house, for she noted that his letter was dated the day before. She again questioned the young man. "How long has Mr. Bernard Treves been at St. Neot's nursing home?" "The first time I saw him there, miss, was about 2 months ago, when he asked me to get him something at a chemist's. But he must have been there more than a month before that. I should think, miss, he's been there going on for 3 months, or thereabouts." "3 months? About that, miss." Elaine looked at him with widened eyes. The thing was impossible and incredible. Nevertheless, she dared not let the matter rest where it was. She decided to act, and to act instantly. As yet no suspicion of the truth had dawned upon her. Chapter 31 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This recording is in the public domain. At the very hour when Elaine received the strange letter signed Bernard Treves, a letter which awoke all her defensive feminine instincts, John occupied a chair in the little mess room at Heatherpoint Fort. The occasion was one of deep and portentous significance. At the head of the table, where Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had so recently taken tea with Lieutenant Parkson, General Whiston was seated in state. His big, commanding figure bulked largely in the chair usually occupied by Colonel Hobin. Beneath the General's eyes was a map of the South Coast defences—an elaborate, minutely particularized map, which in a layman's eyes would have been almost undecipherable. The General held a blue pencil over a particular section of the Solent. His eyes, however, were fixed upon the countenance of a naval captain who sat at his left hand, a little farther down the table. Opposite the naval captain was Colonel Hobin, and next to Hobin sat old Commander Greaves. John occupied an insignificant position next to Greaves, and near the end of the table there was a vacant chair. "Is there no possibility, Captain," inquired General Whiston, speaking to the naval officer, "of altering the minefield in the time at our command?" Before the naval officer lay a small Admiralty chart of the Solent, clustered with a multitude of red crosses. "Well," he said, deliberating upon the situation, "this is a pretty elaborate field, and it would take us quite 2 days to make an effective new arrangement. Of course, we could mine the free channels, but that prevents us coming in." He went into technical details. General Whiston cast a glance at John. "You are quite sure your friends Voules and Company intend to strike on the 28th?" "All the evidence I have been able to get points to that, sir," answered John promptly. "The 28th is the day after to morrow," put in Greaves. "Mr. Dacent Smith," said John, "had an idea that the attack might be postponed, but he has now come round to my view." As a matter of fact, John had that day amply convinced his chief that the German blow was to fall on the date originally prescribed. Since leaving Colonel Treves' house, and since his embarrassing interview with Elaine, John had made certain valuable discoveries, all of which pointed to the imminence of the German attack on the south coast defences. With infinite subtlety von Kuhne had managed to institute nefarious schemes in a dozen different directions. The night of the 28th had been marked out in the German general's mind with the clockwork precision which was a second nature to him. And John believed that nothing would shake his resolution. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's particular work of the early part of that night was to see that Lieutenant Parkson was not at his post. All her potent charms were to be expended to that end. That she would succeed in her task was, in von Kuhne's and the lady's own eyes, a foregone conclusion. As to Manwitz, he was to be mysteriously occupied with certain men of His Majesty's forces whose business it was to operate the boom between Ponsonby Lighthouse and Windsor Fort. Cherriton's particular duty upon the eventful night John had not been able to discover. The tall German still occupied the isolated cottage he had recently taken on the Downs near Freshwater. Since John's visit to the cottage he had not had further meeting with this particular formidable enemy. In thinking of his visit to the cottage, however, John was conscious that the man's attitude upon that day had been singular in the extreme. What had been in Cherriton's mind he did not know, and he was, of course, totally unaware that sentence of extermination had been passed upon him. It is no stretch of imagination to say that in visiting the cottage he had, without knowing it, walked within the very shadow of the grave. Friend Cherriton is no mean antagonist, thought John, pondering upon the German's personality as he sat in the little mess room. Now that the great blow was soon to fall, Dacent Smith, an unusual circumstance with him, had left his post in London and come to the Isle of Wight. General Whiston and Captain Throckmorton, who respectively commanded the counter-military and naval measures, found the pleasant, keen-eyed Chief of Intelligence an invaluable ally. His intuitive knowledge of the German character proved to be of the utmost assistance. He had been studying Germany and the German Secret Service for 20 years, and what he did not know about Teutonic psychology, chicanery, and guile was not worth knowing. Dacent Smith, however, never made the mistake of underestimating his enemy. Von Kuhne's blow would, he conceded, be a well-wrought and scientifically delivered attack. There was one slight thing, however, which von Kuhne had possibly overlooked. He had possibly overlooked the important fact that the Isle of Wight is after all an island, and that in gathering his forces upon this particular portion of His Majesty's dominions he was isolating himself from chances of escape in case of failure. Dacent Smith thought a good deal upon this subject during his first day at Heatherpoint Fort, but when he presently resumed his chair at the end of the table in the little mess room opposite General Whiston, his pleasantly good-humoured face showed nothing of the intense mental activity within. General Whiston lifted his eyes as Dacent Smith took his seat. "Well, have you found out anything else for us?" "Nothing," answered Dacent Smith, "except further confirmation that von Kuhne will make his attempt the day after to-morrow. He has disposed his forces with a good deal of ingenuity. This end of the Isle of Wight is at present dotted with amiable Britishers who happen to be Germans." A curious smile flitted across the face of John's chief. "It must have been very gratifying," said he, "to Captain Cherriton, Manners, and von Kuhne, to say 'British subject' to our good-looking policemen as they stepped on board the boat at Lymington. Manners, so I hear, was the only one of a dozen who came that way who showed the slightest trace of nervousness. I think we shall have to reckon, General," he concluded, "upon von Kuhne providing something pretty forceful and daring." The naval captain, whose eyes were still occupied with the chart of the Solent, lifted his keen gaze. "Something in the nature of our own adventure at Zeebrugge and Ostend, do you think?" Here he turned his red-starred chart face downwards. On its back were 20 or 30 neatly pencilled lines. "That," he said, pushing the chart towards Dacent Smith, "is my forecast of what is going to happen in this area during the next 48 hours. If your date is correct, I think my forecast will be pretty well right. What do you think, General?" Throckmorton's incisive, clean-cut features turned towards Whiston. "I think it's a devilish clever piece of work," answered General Whiston generously. Dacent Smith's eyes lifted from the pencilled forecast. His vivid gaze rested for a moment in admiration on Throckmorton's handsome, well-wrought features. "Some day, young man," thought he, "you will be ruler of the King's Navee." He pushed back the chart towards the naval officer, then turned towards John. "You can go, Treves," he said, "with the General's permission." Whiston nodded. John saluted and withdrew from the room. As Manton passed out into the asphalted courtyard he met Chief Gunner Ewins. "Well, Ewins," he said, "what about your wife's dangerous illness?" "She wasn't ill at all, sir. I can't make it out. I've just got a letter from her to day, saying she's as well as ever she was." "Of course she never sent the wire," explained John. "Who could have sent it?" said Ewins, looking at John with puzzled eyes. "It's a silly sort of joke to play on anybody, sir." "Very silly," John admitted. "It looked as if somebody wanted to get you out of the fort for a day or two. That's why the Colonel wouldn't grant you leave. He didn't think you were playing a trick on him. He thought some one was playing a trick on you. How are your guns, Ewins?" "Nicely, sir, thank you," answered the chief gunner. "But I'm sorry we've missed our 9-inch practice this week." "You won't miss much by that," John answered. "You'll shoot as well as ever when the time comes." He knew how soon the time would come, though Ewins did not. John descended the steps of the fort, took his bicycle, and with due observance of ceremonies passed through the great gate that had recently all but intimidated Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. An hour later John, still pedalling steadily, descended the winding road into Brook. At the outskirts of the village he placed his bicycle against a gate, climbed into a field, and by a detour made his way to the back of Dr. Voules's house. In the darkness he walked softly forward under the shadow of the doctor's garden wall. He had made only a few paces when a voice came to him out of the gloom. "Who's that?" demanded the voice in a guarded whisper. "Treves," answered John. "Is that you, Watson?" "Yes, sir," came the answer. John drew himself to the top of the garden wall and looked down upon a corporal in uniform. "Anything happened?" John asked. "Yes," answered Watson. "3 men came to the house after dark, stayed a little while and went away again, sir." As a matter of fact, half an hour earlier Dr. Voules and 2 tall young men had stealthily mounted the wall and entered the house by the back way. Corporal Watson had been concealed in the garden and witnessed this visit, and Voules and his friend's departure in the same stealthy manner. "They are evidently trying to give the impression that the house is uninhabited, sir," the corporal amplified. John, who had climbed into the garden and was standing by him, gave a few further instructions as to Voules's abode, presently mounted his bicycle and rode away. 3/4 of an hour later, in a small clump of trees on the heather-clad cliff top near Freshwater, he spoke to another soldier. This man with 3 others had been detailed to watch Cherriton's cottage. "The captain's been in his cottage all the evening, sir," said the man to John, "and the big fat man's been with him." Having satisfied himself as to the whereabouts of Cherriton and Manners, John cycled on and entered the Freshwater Hotel. Here he put through a trunk call to Newport. When he had been connected with a particular number, he inquired into the telephone, "Is that you, Gibb?" "Yes, sir," came the answer. "Do you know who is speaking?" "It's Mr. Treves, isn't it?" "Yes," John answered. Having satisfied himself that he was in touch with the gloomy-looking waiter at the Newport Hotel, he put a discreet inquiry. He had parted with certain treasury notes to the benefit of the gloomy waiter. The waiter, thereafter feeling himself a small but important wheel in a piece of vast machinery, made himself busy and active in John's service. "Is anybody at home, Gib?" "She's not been out all day, sir, and went to bed immediately after dinner. She told her maid that she had a lot to do to morrow, and asked to be called at 8." These details were, for the moment, enough to satisfy John. "You know where to ring me up, Gib, if anything exceptional occurs." John, having concluded his duties for that day, pedalled slowly back to the fort. The night was overcast, the air close, and as he led his bicycle up the long white road to the gates, he could hear the waves softly falling at the foot of the cliffs in the bay below him. No other sound broke the stillness, and when the outer sentinel suddenly barred his path and a challenge rang out on the close air, John was startled out of a mood of dreams. He passed the second and the third sentries, a wicket in the great gate of the fort opened and admitted him, and, having reported himself to the colonel, he went straight to his room. For the better part of that night his mind occupied itself with the momentous doings of the morrow. The cloud that had gathered itself about that end of the island was about to break. What would happen to himself and others on the morrow he could not forecast. But one thing he knew. The long hidden contest between Voules and Dacent Smith would reach its culmination. Each man, with his pawns, had manoeuvred, moved, finessed, and counter-moved. The subtlety of Dacent Smith had been pitted against the precision and military skill of von Kuhne. What was to be the end? John did not know, and at that moment his mind was only secondarily occupied with the point. He was thinking, not of to-morrow, but of yesterday, of his interview with Elaine, of his abrupt separation from her, of his apparent brutality and harshness. He wondered at himself that he, a capable, alert, and non-sentimental young man, an individual who had withstood the seductive blandishments of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, he wondered to find himself deeply and passionately in love with a girl whose knowledge of artifice was of the slightest. Elaine's genuine trust in him, her belief in his integrity, her delight in the improvement in his character, all helped to enchain John's deepest affections. As he lay now in the quiet and darkness of his room, he felt he dared not let his mind dwell upon the future. He had tricked and duped Elaine, and some day she would be bound to find him out. What would happen then? What would happen when she learned the truth? "There is nothing for it," John pronounced suddenly and emphatically. "I must tell her myself. I must confess the whole thing from the beginning." Having arrived at this decision, he saw himself making the confession, though he could not see what her attitude would be. He could visualize, always standing between them as an impassable and sinister barrier, the man whose identity he had borne for so many months. Bernard Treves, his alter ego, his doppelgänger, had become what he had probably been from the first, his evil genius. From the very first he had disliked Treves; he had later grown to despise him. The man was contemptible beyond words. At this point John took himself resolutely in hand, or rather he thought he took himself resolutely in hand. What really happened was that he put away thoughts of Elaine, hiding them courageously and tenderly in the deeps of his mind, for the sole reason that to think of her, to think of the hopeless situation between them, meant nothing but misery and bitterness. At 8 o'clock, when John appeared in the little mess room, Colonel Hobin was alone at breakfast at the head of the table. "Well, Treves," he said, "if your predictions are right, this is going to be the day of our lives." "I think I am right, sir," John answered. "We shall see," answered the Colonel. "Pass the marmalade, please." John passed the marmalade. He noticed the Colonel's hand was steady. None of the nervous irritability that characterised him usually was apparent. And the old soldier's eyes had taken on a new masterful expression of command, the countenance of a good captain on the bridge in face of a great oncoming storm. Chapter 32. Chapter 32 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This recording is in the public domain. The portentous day, the 28th of the month, passed at Heatherpoint Fort with no untoward incident whatever. There was a difference, however. There existed an atmosphere of tense expectancy. Something was afoot, for doubled sentries held all points of vantage along the cliff tops. Doubled sentries guarded the fort gates and the barbed wire entanglements at certain other places. All leave had been stopped, and at midday, when Lieutenant William Parkson asked for leave for very urgent personal reasons, he was astonished to find that the Colonel had grown totally immovable. "If you would let me go from 8 o'clock till 10, sir, I should be satisfied. I assure you, sir, it is most important." It was indeed important in Parkson's eyes, but though rebellion surged in him, there was no possible means of getting out of the fort that night without the Colonel's pass. Only one person, in fact, left Heatherpoint Fort that evening. This person happened to be John Manton. General Whiston uttered final words of advice as the young man took his departure. "If you are successful, Treves," he said, "you will be probably back here before the dust-up begins." "I hope so," said John. He saluted and clattered down the flight of steps to the main gate. It was still light as he cycled swiftly away along the white road. A smile curled the corner of his mouth. The work he was upon was exactly to his liking. There was something in it of danger and something of finesse. When John had cycled for half an hour, he looked at his watch. "Parkson's appointment with her," he said, "was for 7 o'clock. I wonder how she intended to handle him." He mused upon Parkson, and admitted that the young man would be as wax in Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's adroit fingers. He recalled Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's long black record, her superlative daring, the manner in which she had expended her great personal gifts and keen intelligence in the service of the enemy. He thought of the Malta, of the 200 fine lives sacrificed upon her information, and at the thought his lips tightened, his smile vanished, and the face that Dacent Smith always knew as good-humoured and pleasant to look upon grew hard and forbidding. Darkness had fallen by the time John turned off the Newport road towards Brooke. He did not light his lamp, however, but this time rode straight through the village and alighted at Dr. Voules's house. The doctor's residence was completely dark. No light shone from any of the windows. John advanced to the door and placed his fingers on the bell. He rang twice, but no answer came to him, no sound of footfall reached him from the interior of the house. Then, noticing that the door was slightly ajar, as if left purposely, he entered the hall, and in complete darkness walked along towards the room at the end of the passage which he remembered as Voules's dining room. He had advanced but 10 paces when a door opened quietly in the darkness, and a low voice came to him. "Is that you, Billy?" John was silent for a moment. He had braced himself for an intensely violent scene. Now in a flash he realised that there were new and exciting possibilities. Nevertheless, caution animated his entire conduct. In regard to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, he did not know that she had discovered his association with Dacent Smith. He was not aware of the lady's sentiments of bitter antagonism, of virulent hatred towards himself. He was to learn these things later, but at the moment he felt there was little danger of stepping into a trap. The beautiful woman whispering to him from the darkness awaited William Parkson, not Bernard Treves or John Manton. "Is that you, Billy?" Her voice came to him again in a tense whisper. "Yes," answered John in a tone low as her own. She drew wider the door of Voules's dining room. "I told you to come straight in, Billy. Why did you ring the bell?" she admonished him, lifting her voice to a more ordinary tone. "Oh, I don't know. I forgot," answered John. "Come in." Her hand groped forward and took his. She drew him into the heavily curtained darkness of the dining room and closed the door. "We mustn't light up till 8 o'clock, Billy," she whispered. "Why not?" "It's a fad of mine." Then she put her face close to his. She let her smooth, firm hand glide about his shoulder as she drew his face down. She kissed him firmly on the lips. If John had been easy to deceive, that kiss would have deceived him. He would have believed absolutely and implicitly that its fervour and passion were genuine. "I thought," she whispered, her cheek close to his, "that you would not be afraid of the darkness." "Oh, I won't be afraid," responded John in her ear. He could have laughed. The situation was throbbing with exhilarating possibilities. "I was afraid you would be late or wouldn't be able to come." "You knew I'd come," said John. He groped his way towards the hearth, holding her hand in his. "Won't you sit down?" he asked. "You sit down." She forced him into Dr. Voules's comfortable chair, then seated herself on its arm, and slowly smoothed his hair with her hand. She lowered her face and pressed it to his. Her rounded cheek was firm, cool, and satin smooth. "You can stay with me quite a long time," she whispered. "Thanks," mumbled John. "That's awfully good of you." He squeezed her hand. He could understand what would have happened to Parkson at that moment. Parkson, already enamoured, flattered to think of a woman of her social position and extraordinary beauty flinging herself at his head. "Will they miss you at the fort to night, little Billy?" "I don't know that they'll miss me particularly," said John. "Oh, but you're so important there. Did you find it difficult to get away, Billy mine?" "Not so very," John answered. "All the same, I haven't much time. I've only managed to get 2 hours' leave." She drew in her breath sharply, then suddenly flung out both arms and drew him towards her. "Oh, Billy, Billy!" she protested. John instantly made mental note that she had in her mind a certain time during which she intended to detain him there. "Then you can't love me," she breathed ardently. "You said you'd stay a long time." "3/4 of an hour is every minute I can stay," John said. "Oh, but it won't matter if you're just a tiny, tiny bit late. Just once in a lifetime. You don't know how difficult it is for me, Billy. I have risked everything for you. I should be ruined utterly if it was discovered that I gave you this tête-à-tête here at this time of night. You must stay, Billy, until I'm ready to let you go. It will make it easier for me." "I don't see that," protested John. "You can slip away." "No, no. Don't ask questions. Don't say that. If you only knew how difficult it was. You won't bother me with questions, will you, dear, dear Billy? And you'll be nice to me and let me get you something to drink?" "You bad boy," she said after a moment's pause. "I don't believe you realise the honour I am conferring on you." "Oh, I do. I am fully aware of it," answered John. She had risen from the arm of the chair and had gone to the window. John heard the creak of the window blind as she drew it up upon the semi-darkness of the garden. For an instant he was startled, wondering if her movement portended some sort of signal. As the blind ascended, the complete darkness of the room sped away. He could now make out the rich shadows of her hair and something of the outline of her fine features. Her hands, in contrast with the black widow's weeds, looked unusually white. "I thought you were fond of the darkness?" questioned John. "I am, silly Billy." John guessed that she was wasting a coquettish smile upon the encumbering gloom. She had gone to the sideboard, which was in shadow at the far end of the room, and returning now to the middle table, placed upon it glasses, a soda siphon, and a whisky bottle. "I must give you just a little peg." John heard the gurgle of liquid and the squirt of a siphon. A moment later Mrs. Beecher Monmouth came across the room, put a glass in his hand and lightly kissed his ear. "I wish it was a little lighter," she whispered in a cooing fashion that was peculiar with her, "then I could see my pretty boy's face." If you did see your pretty boy's face, thought John, you'd get the shock of your life. He took the whisky glass from her fingers. Silence lay between them for a moment. Then Mrs. Beecher Monmouth spoke again. "Drink," she whispered urgently. John, who had been holding his glass in his left hand, shifted it to his right. "Well, here's to you," he said, lifting the glass. "Have you drunk it?" "What else do you think?" inquired John, and laughed. As a matter of fact, he had not drunk it, for before raising the glass he had dexterously poured its contents upon the carpet. Her trick was too obvious. Parkson, blinded, enamoured by love, might have fallen into the trap, but he, John, knew his antagonist in this singular duel which was taking place in the semi darkness. He came well armed with a knowledge of her character. Minutes passed, during which Mrs. Beecher Monmouth held him enchained, as she believed, by her finished coquetry. John, who had been probing about in his mind, hoping that she might divulge something useful, rose at last and stretched his legs. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth was again at the window. He noticed that several times during the last quarter of an hour she had drifted there, as if with some intent and watchful purpose. "Why do you keep going to the window?" he asked, suddenly and abruptly. "I like to look out at the night." "There's nothing much to see," returned John. "It's clouded over again, and the air is close enough to stifle one." "Yes," answered she. In the gloom John saw her put up her hands to her throat. "It is enough to stifle one," she breathed, slowly and intensely. Then John knew that big things were afoot, that she was waiting, strung up tensely to more than concert pitch. He put up his hand, pushed up the latch of the window, and opened it quietly upon the sultry night. A faint wind stirred, rustling the leaves. There was silence for a minute. Then Mrs. Beecher Monmouth seemed to remember the rôle she was playing, slid her fingers into his, and looked up into his face. "Billy!" she whispered. And at that moment a sudden, thunderous, and heavily resonant boom rent the stillness of the night. John knew it in an instant as the detonation of a heavy gun. The door of the room creaked under the heavy vibration. The casements of the windows rattled, and a red smear of light blazed against the low clouds and vanished. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had turned her face to the window. For an instant John saw it, tense and ecstatic in the glare of light, then darkness fell again. And suddenly Mrs. Beecher Monmouth stood away in the dark room. The passionate sibilance of her whisper smote John's ears like that of a snake. "At last! At last! Oh, you can go now, Billy. Mr. Parkson. Yes, go. Or stay. It matters not." "But it does matter," said John, "a deuce of a lot." And as he spoke the room was shaken with the detonation of a heavy gun, was again lit up with a red light. A second and a third gun was fired, one sound mingling with the other in tremendous crashing reverberation. And at each report a red glow filled the room, searching out the darkness in its distant corners. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had turned towards John. In the leaping red light, amid the roar of artillery, her eyes pinioned themselves upon his. She drew nearer, peering, as it were, with all her senses, her hands clenched. Their faces were close together when a red glare revealed his features in every lineament. He was smiling, looking down upon her with easy nonchalance. Even in the fleeting light John caught the swift distortion of her features. She made a movement in the darkness. In Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's entire life of daring adventure, in all her vicissitudinous career, never had such a blow stricken her as that moment. She had expected to see the good-humoured and somewhat stupid countenance of Parkson, and instead she had seen John. She had been outwitted by the enemy whom of all others she hated most. From the very first this pleasant-looking, resourceful, cool young man had outmanoeuvred her. What had happened to Parkson, and how John had managed to substitute himself for that enmeshed young man, she could not guess. She was conscious only that in the darkness her mortal enemy had received her caresses and laughed in his sleeve. Her tryst had been with Lieutenant Parkson, and by a manoeuvre that was a mystery to her, this other had substituted himself. John heard her move softly in the darkness and draw in a low, sibilant breath. He was taking no chances, however, and had already stepped cautiously behind the big dining table. Here he paused for a moment, listening, then swiftly struck a match. In the orange glow of the light he saw Mrs. Monmouth's face of undeniable beauty contorted with fury. As the match flared, and John put out his hand to light the lamp which was on the table, she made a strong effort to control her features. She was a woman who seldom remained long at a disadvantage. Every move in the whole gamut of feminine emotion seemed to be at her command. There had been a momentary stillness. Now the roar of heavy artillery thundered again and again. The red glow from the window filled the room. A false expression of smiling irony crossed Mrs. Monmouth's features. "So, Mr. Treves, you have been exercising your cleverness again." "What I did was all in the day's work," John began. Then he stepped swiftly towards the end of the table and barred the way to a certain chair upon which her long black coat had been thrown. "No, don't go to your coat," he politely admonished her. "I am afraid I don't trust you." He knew that ladies of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's temperament and activities are apt to carry lethal weapons, and are not scrupulous in the use of the same. She had already made an attempt upon him with what he shrewdly and correctly guessed to be drugged whisky. "How subtle and resourceful you are!" laughed Mrs. Monmouth. She turned and strolled with an air of indifference towards the window. John was wondering what her next move would be. He had already made up his mind as to his own next move, when Mrs. Beecher Monmouth strode to the table and, in a flashing change of mood, smote it sharply. "You think yourself extraordinarily clever, Mr. Treves." "Oh, not at all," protested John. He really did not think himself clever, but he was satisfied with the present position as he found it. He had taken her coat and was holding it over his arm. There was no weapon in its pockets. A roar of artillery again filled the room. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's eyes blazed in exultation and excitement. "Do you hear those guns?" "I can hear scarcely anything else." Beecher Monmouth's widow paused, looking him over, excoriating him with her fine eyes, then went on slowly and intensely. "Well, Mr. Treves, perhaps it will surprise you and your friends to know that we have outwitted you from the beginning." "I don't quite get your meaning," said John. She lifted her head and laughed aloud in his face. Her mask was off. She let herself go. She swept her arm toward the darkness of the night, then looked at him with the eyes of a fiend. "Those guns you hear now mean that we are making our great attack." Her voice rose shrilly, her scarlet lips writhed. She was truly possessed at that moment. "For all your espionage and cunning, we shall be able to make our way into Portsmouth. We shall deliver a blow from which you will not easily recover. Your ships—" John moved to the end of the table and motioned towards the door. "Thank you," said he. "That is very interesting, no doubt. But I think it is time we were going." The fury beyond the table paid no heed. With both hands on its surface, she thrust her chin towards him and spat out her words. "Every fort on this coast has been silenced by our finesse." John, listening to the roar of the guns, was unperturbed. "That was a pretty heavy one," he remarked, as the room reverberated again to the renewed crash of artillery. "Our guns, you fool!" Mrs. Beecher Monmouth lifted her voice to a scream. "Our guns! German guns!" John stared at her. He had never seen anything like the tornado of passion that was sweeping through her. He listened enthralled against his will. Nevertheless, he was master of the scene. She hated him, loathed him, because he had tricked her. She had expended charm, she had enveloped him in the sunshine of her beauty to no end. Her vanity was outraged. He had enjoyed her caresses and laughed in his sleeve. The boom— "What about the boom?" John asked. "From Ponsonby Lighthouse to Windsor Fort the boom is not down to night. Think of that! Your searchlights, where are they? Dark, dark, every one of them." She dropped her voice suddenly in a measured, triumphant whisper. "And our Untersea boats are creeping in." Even now she was beautiful, but there was something animal-like in the distortion of her mouth. "Where precisely are your U-boats creeping into?" inquired John calmly. "Into Portsmouth." She mouthed the name of the great harbour. "You thought to outwit us, and we outwit you." John bowed. "I have only your word for it." She paid no heed, and went on. "So you see, Mr. Treves, what you get in wasting your time on me, a woman." His obstinate coolness maddened her, and in a wild gust of rage she crashed her fist on the table. "You fool! You fool! You sheep's head!" she announced elegantly. She paused a moment, breathing heavily, then, sweeping round the table, snatched her coat from his arm and strode towards the door. "There is no hurry, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth." She halted and gave him a glance that would have turned Parkson to stone. "What do you mean?" she demanded. "I mean that our interview is not at an end." The menace of her eyes glittered upon him. If her strength of body had been equal to it at that moment, she would have leapt forward and strangled him with her bare hands. Knowledge of her own peril, of the Nemesis that was sweeping upon her, had not yet entered her disordered mind. John made, in pursuance of his prearranged plan of action, no effort to stay her as she went towards the door. But as Mrs. Beecher Monmouth paused and cast a final look at him, a sudden doubt crept into her eyes. For John had gone to the window. He appeared no longer to be occupied with her. His back was towards her, and presently he lifted a whistle to his lips and blew two short, shrill blasts. A transformation passed over Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's face that was startling. The colour flowed from her cheeks. Her lips seemed suddenly to become bloodless. "Why do you do that?" John turned upon her slowly. There was no pity in his eyes. "When I did it," he answered grimly, "I was thinking of the Malta, and 200 fine fellows who died at your hands. I am thinking now of other things, of the Polidor and her scores of non-combatant passengers who were drowned by your machinations. You have had a long run for your money, but at last——" He stopped. A sound came to him, a tramp of heavy-booted men advancing in the passage. Some one pushed open the door, and a corporal, a tall, grim-looking fellow, appeared on the threshold. "Is that you, Davis?" "Yes, sir." John spoke over Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's head to the man beyond. "This is the lady, Davis." "Very good, sir." "You will take her at once. Put her in a car and drive her to Newport to night. I have already communicated with the Chief Constable, who has made arrangements to receive her." He turned his eyes once more, and for the last time in life, on the beautiful woman in the doorway. Chapter 33 of Bernard Treves's Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. "Hello! What's that?" A red glare of light saturated the low hanging clouds and suddenly vanished. Close, windless air vibrated under the detonation of heavy artillery. A sergeant, who had been concealed in the shelter of a stone wall which ran round Captain Cherriton's cottage, turned to the man at his side. "What do you reckon it is, Nobby?" "It must be night practice." "Not it," answered the sergeant. "That's the 9 inch at Heatherpoint, with a full charge." As the words left his lips, a second crashing roar reverberated from the fort. Then, almost before Sergeant Watson could further comment upon the fact, a sound like rapid beating of a tom-tom came to them. Busy, drum-like notes, some deep and long drawn, as if coming from the bowels of the earth, some sharp, short, and angry, took up the refrain. "Hello!" exclaimed Watson, amazed. "They're all at it. There's something up." He stared at the sky, thence out to sea. "Hello! Where's all our searchlights?" exclaimed Nobby. "That's just what I was going to ask you," Watson answered, then instantly dropped down behind the wall, pulling his companion with him. Watson had seen a figure approaching from the road. The stranger wore mufti and a soft felt hat, and as he came stumbling and hurrying through the grass, leaping artillery flashes momentarily lifted him into view and again plunged him into utter darkness. Watson, with Nobby and 2 other men, had, under John's directions, kept a 3 days' watch on Cherriton's cottage. At the present moment Cherriton himself was alone in the low, single-storied building, which from 2 workmen's dwellings had been converted into an artistic residence. Watson waited, and presently, in the silence between the roll of drum fire at the western end of the island, he could hear the fall of footsteps, and presently, through the screen of bushes and in the light of gunfire, he made out the figure of a tall young man, whose face for a moment looked familiar to him, then caused him to pull Nobby by the arm. "Who is it, Nobby?" he asked. The newcomer had reached Cherriton's gate and was hurrying into the little garden. "Why, it's Lieutenant Treves." "What's he doing out of uniform?" "I don't know," answered Nobby. "It's him, right enough. Look again." "He looks as if he'd had the fright of his life. I've never seen him look like that." "Nor me neither," answered Nobby, eyeing the figure hurrying towards Cherriton's door. Both men watched the visitor disappear into the cottage, then discussed the matter in low tones. There was something that puzzled them about Treves's visit to Captain Cherriton. There was something that, to Sergeant Watson's intelligent mind, seemed altogether wrong about that visit, and yet he could not tell what. Cherriton had been at the back window of his cottage, peering out since the heavy gunfire began, and a look of triumph animated his pallid, hollow-cheeked countenance. He was startled at length by a low, feverish rapping at the cottage door. He paused a moment in thought before answering, then shifted a Mauser pistol from his hip pocket to the left-hand pocket of his coat. He was a left-handed man, a fact which at certain moments of crisis was apt to redound to his advantage. With a due amount of caution he drew open the door, and the man from the threshold strode in upon him. As Cherriton's eyes fell upon the stranger in the candlelight, the lines of his mouth altered. "Why, it's you, Treves! This is a surprise!" he exclaimed. He gripped the young man's hand and drew him forward into the room. Bernard Treves, pale, haggard, swept the room with his restless glance. His likeness to John Manton was striking even now. "Have you got anybody here?" he asked quickly. "No." "Where's Manners?" "He isn't here," answered Cherriton. "Where is he?" Treves came forward and laid a hand on the other's arm. "I must see Manners." "Why?" Cherriton looked at him with sudden malice. He felt that this man who had tricked and betrayed them from the beginning was still pursuing his deep game. However, they were playing now upon even terms. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's information had opened wide his eyes. Moreover, a mandate had been issued. General von Kuhne had spoken. A sickly smile crossed the visitor's pallid, handsome countenance. "It's no good trying to keep it quiet," he said, "but I must have cocaine. It's a matter of life and death with me. Look at my hands." He held out his hands, which shook visibly. I don't mind saying it," he went on, "but I've been pretty nearly over the brink 2 or 3 times lately. Yesterday I tried every chemist's shop in Ryde and Newport, but I couldn't get anything." He wiped his brow with a handkerchief. Cherriton was regarding him closely, puzzled at the change in him. "You managed to get along without it for a long time," retorted Cherriton, looking at him coldly. "I had to. There was nothing else for it. That damned nursing home." Suddenly he put out his hand and laid it on the German's arm. "Where's Manners? For God's sake, tell me—tell me! I must have some——" Then he became aware of a narrowing of the other's gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" The Captain laughed. "Don't do it. It makes my blood run cold," Treves protested. "I was thinking of your drug habit. How conveniently it comes and goes." "Don't sneer at me, for God's sake," pleaded Treves. "I'm desperate." He walked the floor in a state of nervous tension which would have been pitiable to witness had there been in Cherriton any spirit of mercy. "It seems there's been a law passed forbidding chemists. You can't get cocaine anywhere," he jerked out, hopelessly. Cherriton's dark gaze was again upon him. "I can't give you cocaine, Treves," he said, "but if you come into my bedroom there I'll give you something else." Treves clutched his arm. "What?" "Morphia," answered Cherriton. He led the way into a low ceilinged bedroom at the end of the cottage, carrying the candle from the parlour table as he went. He placed the light on the dressing table near the window, took a key from his pocket and opened a drawer in the only chest of drawers in the small room. Treves, watching him with impatient eyes, moistened his lips and waited. Cherriton searched in the drawer and drew out a syringe and a small bottle. "Here," he said to Treves, "sit over on the chair near the dressing table." Treves greedily eyed the syringe and obediently seated himself with his back to the little mirror. The candle on the white dimity cloth of the dressing table threw its light full upon him. He watched Cherriton fill the syringe with morphia, and almost clutched it from his hand. "Wait," said the German, holding him off. "You shall have it full." "Thanks, thanks, thanks!" Treves watched him as a famished dog watches a bone. "You don't know what I've suffered, Cherriton. That nursing home, St. Neot's, curse it, it's been hell." "You are so clever, Treves. I wonder you didn't get cocaine before." "My God, if you knew how I've tried!" Cherriton was standing about a yard away from Treves, with his big chin thrust forward. The expression of his face at that moment would have shot terror into his visitor's heart if he had lifted his eyes. But Treves was busy. He was pulling back his sleeve, and in another instant he had dug the needle into the flesh of his forearm. His lips tightened as he forced the morphia into his blood. Then he slowly raised his head. A look of ecstatic happiness glowed in his eyes. He drew a deep sigh of contentment. "Ah!" he exclaimed. And Cherriton, who had been standing still as a statue, still as death, moved. The veiled light in his eyes blazed into murder. With swiftness and stealth he whipped the Mauser from his pocket, aimed and fired. His shot passed through Treves's heart. Before the reverberation had died, he fired into Treves's body a second time, and this time so near was he that the blaze scorched his victim's waistcoat. He had made assurance doubly sure, and his next quick move was to lean forward, blow out the candle, drop his pistol near the body that had fallen heavily, and fling open the window. 2 minutes later he was speeding swiftly across the yard at the back of the cottage. As he ran, a gun flash from Heather Point lifted the darkness for a moment, and again he was enveloped in the surrounding gloom. Before Sergeant Watson and his 3 men could reach the door of the cottage, Cherriton had vanished into a clump of trees. "There's something wrong," said Watson. "I'm going in." He took Nobby with him, hurried along the path, and knocked at Cherriton's portal. No answer came. He thrust open the door and found the living room in darkness. He struck a match, lit a candle from the mantelshelf, and held it aloft. "Hello! There's nobody here." The door of the bedroom was open, and the draught, a puff of close air, from the open window beyond suddenly blew shut the front door with a crash. Sergeant Watson was a man of steady nerve, but he did not like the crash, neither did he like the silence, the heavy, brooding silence. Nevertheless, he lifted his voice valiantly. "Is there anybody there?" he called. He could hear the curtain rings faintly rattling in the bedroom, but no answer came to him. Then, with the candle in his hand and followed by Nobby, gripping his rifle, he went into Cherriton's bedroom. On the floor beyond the end of Cherriton's bed, near the dressing table, they could see a foot and the lower part of Treves's trouser leg. "My God!" exclaimed Watson, hurrying forward with a fleeting glance at the open window. The figure lying near the dressing table with a revolver near it and a morphia syringe a little distance away was huddled and motionless. 3 minutes later, Watson, Nobby, and 2 other men stood in an open space on the downs, 40 yards before Cherriton's cottage. Watson was busy rearing a tripod stand about 5 feet in height. When the tripod was ready, Nobby handed him a lantern, which was dexterously screwed upon its apex. He struck a match, lit the lantern, and flicked open a shutter. "Stand back out of the line of light," he cried to one of his men. Then, with little scraping clicks of the lantern shutter, the single eye of light turned westward. He began to spell out a message. 3 times he gave his opening call before receiving an answer by signal lantern from behind the fort at Freshwater. Having achieved connection, he patiently spelt out the following message: "Report to Officer in Command, Heatherpoint." "Who are you?" came the answer. "Watson, Emergency Light No. 6." "Yes, what is it?" "Lieutenant Treves been murdered. Lying dead, Heather Cottage." The lantern at Freshwater took the message, and before signalling on said, "Repeat." Watson, with a grim face, repeated the message, and added, "Shot by Captain Cherriton. Murderer escaped, running north by east." Chapter 34 of Bernard Treves's Boots, a Novel of the Secret Service. This recording is in the public domain. John, having disposed of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, returned to Heatherpoint Fort. Within the fort gates the ground quivered and vibrated. Far below him the Solent was alive with the sweeping beams of Throckmorton's cunning emergency lights. John could see flashes of fire from Ponsonby Point, from Scoles Head, and from a new secret battery beyond Windsor Fort. His time was emphatically not his own. He had received orders to leave the fort on a new mission. Within 5 minutes he had passed the rear defences and the barbed wire of the fort, and was out upon the downs. He sprinted forward over the short, springing turf, and soon came to the cliff edge and the narrow path that descended the chalk to South Bay. As he reached the cliff edge and looked down, an amazing panorama smote his eyes. Dover lights, tremendous, blinding, blue-white illuminations, floated upon the surface of the water, shedding forth almost painful rays of light. The yellow of the sand in the little bay became a ghost-like floor in this radiance. Sinclair, he knew, was down there busy at his telephone, but it was not Sinclair nor the drama of the scene that occupied his thoughts. He was thinking not of them, but of a slip of paper Throckmorton had handed him, bearing the message of his own death, and of Throckmorton's words, "Somebody was murdered." Yes, thought John, somebody who was mistaken for me. His mind projected itself upon the scene in Cherriton's cottage, and the thing he had suspected from the very first instant revealed itself fully. Bernard Treves had escaped in his second effort to free himself from his enforced detention at St. Neot's, and, of course, the first thing he had done was to search out the whereabouts of Cherriton and Manners in order to obtain the drugs that were a passion with him. He had gone to the cottage, Cherriton had received him, and had clearly shot him in cold blood. John turned his mind away from the possibility Treves's death had created for him. After all, he was sorry. Treves's broken and enfeebled will had been too much for the young man to contend against. He had failed. Death had come upon him suddenly and terribly, but perhaps, after all, it was for the best. His thoughts turned to Colonel Treves. As was to be expected, and inevitably, the delicately beautiful vision of Elaine rose before him. Her life of bondage was at an end. Then John drew himself up and took himself severely to task. These thoughts were not for him. In this hour of drama, of tragedy, he must not let his thoughts dwell upon her. There were decencies, and he was a man of honour. Nevertheless, in the depths of his heart something moved, a dim, obliterated ray of hope flickered into life. To the music of the guns he continued his descent of the chalk path. Where the damp penetrated it was slippery beneath his feet. Nevertheless, he went quickly, with steps that must have been noiseless. The path reached the beach some distance away from the scene of activity, of which Sinclair was the centre. And as John came within 30 or 40 feet of the shore, he saw below him, at the bend of the path, a man crouching. The man was huddled in a sheltered corner, intent upon some occupation invisible to John, who halted and looked down upon him with some curiosity. The silent figure was in khaki, and his shoulder and half his cap were visible. He was deeply absorbed, and John was able to go forward and descend 2 or 3 turns of the path without being observed. Presently, walking softly on the narrow path in the cliff's face, he came full into view of the stranger, whose presence was concealed by the projection of a cliff from the pitiless Dover flares. The man was Captain Cherriton. John was not at first surprised to find his able and resourceful enemy crouching down working a flashlight towards a portion of the sea cut off from the fort lights. Manton knew that the hour of destiny had arrived. The thought came to him that Cherriton's hands were stained with blood, that not an hour ago he had— He moved forward a pace, his face grim and set. Cherriton, still crouching, heard him and turned, but in the gloom of that sheltered place he did not see clearly. Quick as thought, however, he turned his electric torch and flashed it full upon John's face. In the circle of incandescent light he saw something that caused him to choke with horror. That something was the face and the living eyes of the man he had murdered an hour ago. The sight was too much for him. The light fell from his fingers. John, guessing what had happened, resolved to give him no chance of discovery. With a shout he leapt forward and flung his arms about him. Half in terror, half in growing knowledge that he had to deal with a living and determined enemy, Cherriton struggled like a maniac. Each man put forth his entire strength. John sought to get his hands round the German's throat. Together they rocked, bumped and swayed, and finally together they fell, tumbling and thumping to the sand 15 feet below. For a minute each man lay still, stunned by the impact of the fall. Then John, first to recover, creeping on hands and knees, approached Cherriton and fell upon him again. "I'm done," breathed the German. "Get off me." There was a truce for some minutes after that, during which John sat with a Mauser in his hand, and recovered himself fully. Cherriton, who had been lying on his back in the sand, turned. "Who are you?" he asked, staring with strained eye into John's face. The mystery was beyond him. Were there 2 Bernard Treves? He had killed, or as he would have put it, he had legitimately executed Bernard Treves in the cottage less than 2 hours ago. So far all was clear to him. But this other man, this replica and simulacrum of Treves, who was he? He was Treves and he was not Treves. He continued to stare, and his mystification deepened. John, feeling that the moment for explanation had come, came to his aid. "You are recalling that you killed me in your cottage less than 2 hours ago." "Yes," began Cherriton. "All along," went on John, "you and your colleagues have been mistaken in me. I have played the part of Bernard Treves with some success, but my real name happens to be John Manton." Dawn came, and with it victory for the defenders of the Solent. In the last moment von Kuhne's plans had gone astray. His submarines, which had intended to cause havoc among the multitude of shipping at Portsmouth, had indeed passed the boom, only to meet destruction beyond. 8 submarines went to the credit of the R.G.A. and the Navy that night. 80 German marines were captured on the little shore of South Bay. And now, in the fort mess room that had known so much of drama during the last few months, Colonel Hobin occupied his chair at the head of the table. Beside him was seated Throckmorton, the Flag Lieutenant. Commander Greaves and John Manton were also present, grouped at the end of the room, near the window whence the dawn crept in. At the far end of the room stood Ewins, something of a hero that morning, but the time for compliments had not yet arrived. "Bring them in, Ewins," commanded Hobin. Ewins saluted and clattered away. 5 minutes later he returned with a squad of men, who waited in the little passage outside, and Ewins ushered into the mess room Captain Cherriton, still in British uniform. With him was the tall German naval lieutenant John had some time ago seen at Voules's house at Brooke. The last prisoner to enter the room was Voules himself, the General von Kuhne who had so industriously instituted the attack which had met with disaster. Colonel Hobin put a few questions. "I am an officer of the German Navy," said the tall lieutenant. "I demand all the privileges of an honourable prisoner of war." "Certainly," intervened Throckmorton. "In your case there is no question of the death penalty." "I, too, am an officer," began Voules in his rasping voice. "I am afraid the fact," said Colonel Hobin, "that you neglected the formality of wearing uniform in your attack upon us will tell somewhat severely against you. All I want this morning," he concluded, "is that you should each admit your identity." The 3 Germans had no objection to this. When the prisoners had been removed, Hobin and then Throckmorton gripped John by the hand. In fact, everybody in the room shook hands in the grey of the dawn that morning. "All the luck in the world was ours, Treves," said Throckmorton. "My name is Manton," John reminded him. "Of course, of course. I had quite forgotten that." John's life story was only just beginning. The recovery of his own name marked an epoch. Summer went and autumn came. The sun of peace rose over the horizon. Letters, at first somewhat formal, but later growing in cordiality, passed between himself and Elaine. Then at last, on a certain autumn day—a red letter day for John—he received an epistle in Colonel Treves's shaking hand. "My dear boy," ran the Colonel's letter, "I want you to come and visit me. We have been friends a long time. You have played your part well and truly. That which my poor boy failed to do, you have done in his name. You have done credit to my house and to the name of Treves. I am well again now, and will welcome you with all my heart." John did not know how it was, but a film came before his eyes as he finished reading the old Colonel's letter. And on the Saturday following, when he drove up to the Colonel's house in a hired motor from Freshwater, the sun was setting over the Solent, and yellow leaves were falling in the long drive. Gates drew open the front door of the mansion before John alighted, and conducted him straight to the Colonel in the library. The old man, who had been standing in the window expecting his arrival, came across the room and gripped his hand. He looked into John's face, then smiled. There was conviction in his voice. "Yes," he said, "you're a Treves in everything except name." There was much to talk about. In the first place, the Colonel spoke of Elaine always as his daughter-in-law. She had completely won his heart. "This gives me a new lease of life, my boy," he said to John. Then the smile that was so attractive in him lit up his face. "And when that lease is run out, she shall have all that is mine, just as she would have had if my boy had lived." The Colonel laid his hand on John's shoulder. "John, my boy," he said, "your attention's wandering. It isn't me you want to hear talking, so I'll take myself off now." He went out of the room, and John, walking to the window, looked for a moment upon the autumn scene outside. Then a sound came to him, and he turned to see Elaine, radiant yet doubtful, and strangely shy, looking like spring in autumn. For a moment John was still. Then he hurried across the room and took her hands in his. "Elaine," he whispered, "is everything forgotten and forgiven?" Elaine lifted her eyes to his. She was 10 times more beautiful at that moment than the image he had treasured in his heart. "There is nothing to forget and nothing to forgive, John," she said quietly. John drew in a deep breath. "You love me, don't you?" "You know I do." Again John drew in a deep breath, this time of complete happiness. "Thank goodness," he said. "So that's all right." Then, without more ado, he swept her into his arms. "I'm going to make mad love to you until 7 o'clock," he announced masterfully. Chapter 34. End of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service, by Laurence Clarke.